Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. This is the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for May 19th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorik and each and every one of the other participants that are here. You're fully invited to participate. You've all been given microphones. You can see who else is here, but we welcome you to, again, opening up more understanding about ourselves. And this is what all the teachings have been targeted. The target has been you all along. As we saw the beautiful wellness center, but what Mr. Keshe is saying is you are that system. I mean, if we understand we're already feeding ourselves 80% of the energy we need, rather, whether unconsciously or consciously, you have a feeding system that you're walking around with. Why would you want to go make a feeding system? You're already at 80%. All we need to do is learn how to tweak it. And that's what some of these systems are meant to do, is to ingrain within the soul of the man and the soul of physicality and the physicality a little bit more knowledge. And that's what's happening in these transmutation sessions or pre-transmutation sessions that people are going through. I think there's little things being added. The team is learning a lot. So we want to thank everyone that's been participating, either being there physically or even supporting and being there on the soul level. Again, this is a very deep knowledge, but it's already within us. We just need the keys to open more and more of it up. So we welcome you all, and hopefully we're going to go through some highlights of the 538 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We'll be continuing to create the Dome of Peace. And hopefully for those who hear this in the future, it'll add to your knowledge as well. But step by step, slowly, we're moving into this process about understanding ourselves. And he's concluded that we're, in a way, afraid of our own shadow. As he said in the past, we believe more in the Ganses than we do in our own soul. But maybe that's just because we're so physical, and some are moving away and moving in this dimension of energy, being supported by some of these systems. And the development is just, again, deeper and deeper as the weeks go by. We know there's water systems for cleanup that was demonstrated in Italy and probably other places. We've heard about basically modifying the electric cars into a hovering system. This seems to be ready to go. Well, it was ready to go over a decade ago, but again, it was blocked. And this is what I think is a huge issue with the Keshe Foundation, that the systems and the technology has systematically been blocked. The Belgians, when Mr. Keshe worked for the King of Belgium, again, he said he dragged the foundation for over a decade, the powers within there, and nothing actually happened. The flying car or the hovering car was supposed to be shown, but again, that got sort of squashed in a way, and now it's coming back around. But many of these things, as he said, with the leukemia and with other things, it's already been in the hand of the Keshe Foundation for quite some years, but they're moving in the way of getting things certified through different organizations and through different governments. I think this is where the block is right now and has been. I believe Mr. Keshe would be ready to unleash many, many things if we had the agreements from the governments that they sign their nations to peace. This is the proposal: advanced space technology in exchange for peace. It's going to be delivered either way. As he indicated, we're more or less players in this process, but they are looking for cooperation. And one of the ways we do this, or create the conditions for the changes, through our own energies, through our own souls, and not so much writing letters or making phone calls to these world leaders or religious leaders who are basically gatekeepers. We know the scientific community has been involved in that as well. But before we go any further, and as has been our tradition, is to read the World Peace Treaty. And I just happen to have it pulled up right here. Let's see, is there something in the chat I need to know about? Okay, very good. Yes, they mentioned about the Iranian president, and we know Mr. Keshe is a son of Iran in a way, even though he's lived most of his life, I think, out of the country, and is trained in London and worked for British Nuclear and many other jobs and consultations along the way. But this is our, perhaps we can discuss that later. And you can include his soul in the elevation or the protection of all souls in the universe when we create that Dome of Peace. unless someone wants to bring it up rather early in the session. But would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? This is again a very important document or agreement between you and your soul. I don't think you can force anyone else to be peaceful, especially if they don't want to be. You can offer them fields, but it's basically controlling your own reactors, your own systems, your own magrevs into becoming a peaceful or a tool for peace, shall we say. Anyone feel like opening their mic? Is it big enough to read? Are you able to read it? I think you can. But if not, I will read it. Oh, I see a mic has come open. Hello,
It's me.
beautiful. Hello, beautiful soul.
World Peace Treaty. I, or we, citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, or I, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we, I, all agree and swear with my nation or territory, or I will say with my soul and with my body, and sign. After signing this treaty, we be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider it being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos, to fellow men and mankind and other created beauties of the Creator.
Thank you, Erm. Yes, it is important for us to reaffirm this from time to time. We know that's not the final step of our work in this dimension. That's just the beginning of interacting with the universal community. We've sort of been banned in so many ways because of our nature to kill and steal and destroy other entities, to basically fund our own energies in so many ways, and this is not allowed in the universe. So we're learning some etiquette, let's say, of the universe and how to behave, and we're going into the universe in the educated way, whatever that could mean. But we do have a master in it guiding us and understanding some of these very deep concepts. But at the same time, we've also been doing this, going into the universe when we sleep. We've been told to call it a dream, but we know it's the work of the soul. But now, perhaps taking the physicality into the space, again, and manifesting and creating a solar system or a galaxy or something like this, we don't want to carry that wrong streak with us. And apparently all the souls that have left this planet have that wrong streak in, which is only a small percentage of all the souls in the universe, let's say. But again, their creation may need some rehabbing in so many ways, or reconditioning or re-understanding, and move away from this dimension of killing. And yes, it's gone on and on and on. And I think the solution, it's not in the matter state. The solution is in the elevation of the soul of the man and the soul of the planet and the soul of all the creatures. So if we've had 5,000 wars in the last 3,000 years, and I've lived 100 years and trying to make a difference based on past history, we haven't been able to pull ourselves out of this. But now this planet is, as Mr. Keshe said, this has already been written out centuries before, and this planet is now up to go through this process of change. And again, it may happen in a short time, but it may happen slowly as well. But we thank you all for being a part of this process and carrying it forward in whatever way you can. So that's our World Peace Treaty. This is the exact documents the world leaders, world religious leaders will sign, and you can find this and print it out at the Keshe Foundation. And it does give an elevation to others when, even though they may not admit it, but they may also be astonished that you could wish for peace and that this is possible. Most people, again, being so physical, we don't think it's possible. It's not a day job, as we all know. This is a process that takes time. The souls are so low involved in this, and It's carried on for centuries and millennia. And but now we know a new way of working through the energies of the center, or what we call the soul, to bring about the change. And we're all learning this. We're learning so much about ourselves. As I said, if you're already feeding yourself 80% of the energies, it's only a very small skip to fill in that, but there are secrets to doing it, or it'll be ingrained within you as you use these systems. And then what about wellness? Aren't we that wellness system? Can't we, in many, many cases, basically balance ourselves out? And what about travel? Do you want to make a system for transmutation? It appears the transmutation system has already been completed, but you're walking around with a transmutation system. You are that unit in so many ways. You are that MAGRAV system. It's just us who've been afraid of our own. Oops. Let's see what. Okay, I just muted an open mic, but that's no problem. Sometimes when you come in on two systems, it can interfere. I've done that many times, but no problem at all. Anyone have any thoughts? Or I know we had the transmutation session just recently. Maybe we should spend some time in the store. Is there anyone who would like to share anything? I actually see 1, 2, 3, 4 or more people here who, again, these are tests, these are trials, these are initial stages, but maybe you'd rather not share with the public because some of these things are beyond the comprehension of the man. And we know sometimes families can get a little bit concerned when you start to express some of the energies or some of the things you've been interacting with on the energy and physicality level. I would just say I plan to go to Peru to see the city in the sky, Machu Picchu, I think it's called. And what I thought, well, my first thought in going into this session was I would go wherever the soul wanted to take me to serve, but yet nothing seemed to happen. So what I had decided as a second on my list was to go to this city in the sky. And what I did was I looked at about a dozen pictures on the internet of the Machu Picchu, and I just looked at them. And it was interesting that while I was just looking at the pictures before the session had started, I had a daydream as I was putting my hands out. I was walking down some stairs and my palms of my hands were rubbing against the stone walls of wherever I was walking down, and I could feel the coldness of the stones. Again, if you're having a daydream, you're doing a transmutation on the energy level. And then, of course, I went into the system. It wasn't as powerful as my experience in the reactor group. I think that's because in the reactor group, it was 95% the transmutation and transportation system and 5% me, where in the monthly session here, it was more maybe 80% me and 20% the system or something like that. Mr. Keshe is trying to get us to use our own energies and understand this process and not really rely on the systems. So I appeared there. It wasn't as dramatic, let's say, as it was in the reactor group, but I still had that daydream in so many ways in the dimension of energy. And I used my thinking to say I was there. And of course, this is one of the ways we're all having daydreams. And I didn't stay there for a long time, but I did have the place all to myself. I didn't see anyone else at the location. Now, maybe it was nighttime. It appeared to be daytime to me. But these are some of the things that knowledge seekers are going to start expressing, not only on this planet, but across the universe as people go to different locations. It's all in the dimension of energy, and these universes are within yourself. So by looking at the pictures, was I cheating? Was I, again, preconditioning myself? And I remember Mr. Keshe in the past said, if you've lost a loved one, or if you want to connect with someone perhaps on the planet, you would look at a photograph of them. And that photograph is almost like a telephone number, which connects you to that person. Now, yes, maybe that person or the soul of that person was busy at the time and you couldn't connect. But I believe I did go to Peru on the energy level or the dream state. And again, we're just building up confidence. Part of this whole process is our lack of trust within ourselves. And to believe that we have certain energies or we can create certain conditions to cause things to happen, which is unknown to our relatives and people in the past, other than perhaps the Buddha and Christ. Mr. Keshe said those were the only two that performed the transmutation. And the Buddha only understood this knowledge partially, but he did demonstrate it. And he moved the physicality. I don't think I created any condition of physicality when I transmuted. I wasn't able to move the physicality, even though I felt I was in that location. And again, this is going on. You think it sounds strange and you think this is, again, far-fetched. The governments for years, the Chinese government, the Russian government, the American government, have been experimenting with these energies, and we call it remote viewing. And there's probably many, many other energies that they're experimenting with and testing to see. As Ben Rich said, we have the ability to take ET home. And he concluded by saying, if you know how ESP works, then you know what I'm talking about. And of course, he only worked at Skunk Works for 40 years. So he may have a little inside track on some of this development. But there's also the matter state craft development, which will come into play as we bring ourselves into this peaceful condition. So we have the transmutation preparation sessions, which the next one will be in May, the third Friday, I believe, in May. And you're welcome to sign up for these and book your virtual seat. And everyone has a very unique experience. And Mr. Keshe said they broke it into about 30-minute segments this time. They introduced a system that wasn't in there before. And I had written down about 2 hours and 11 minutes into this session, I felt a huge amount of energy move from my left ear across my skull to the right side. And I said to myself at that time, this is why you were here, just for that one instant of where perhaps the soul has decided to change something within my dimension, within the dimension of physicality. So something happened at that point. And again, it's a unique experience for everyone, and we respect what they tell us and what they've experienced, because I wasn't there. But that was my experience. I thought I'd share a bit of it anyway. Anyone else want to share some things? I know Mr. Keshe has asked for people to contact him afterwards to report what they've noticed or what they've experienced in these sessions. And these sessions will continue after June. So there may be 3 or 6. Again, these are called preparation sessions. I don't think anyone has done a full transmutation at this point, but this is the goal. And maybe it'll be shown in Iran. If the systems, he said there could be some pitfalls in our own system. And this is one of the reasons we participate in these sessions, is to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, free to develop, that no one ties the hands of the Keshe Foundation. So it's in the overall view of things, it's a very small price to pay, because these sessions are €300 plus the value-added tax and plus the exchange rate and the rest of this. But we're privileged to be able to participate in there. Anyone else want to share an aspect or a part of their transmutation session?
Yeah, this is I've already shared with a bunch of people earlier, but I thought this group hasn't heard that.
This is a public group, so you can speak far and wide.
I can speak far and wide. Okay.
I think the other group you were in, it was private, right? So
Right.
that didn't probably go too far.
Yeah. So I had been trying to figure out what I'm going to do. Where do I want to go? And after a long kind of investigation of my inner world, I decided all my life I've been one who has been exploring on the inside rather than on, well, also on the outside. But I decided that I was going to not fly out into space or someplace far away, but I wanted to go inside. That seemed to me much, much more congruent with my goals. And I had some muscle testing friends who we tested together, and that was verified. That was where I was going to go. But then I got, again, the instructions from Mr. Keshe that we were supposed to go see somebody and take something and leave it there and then bring something back. So I said, well, maybe to support the activity that was designed, I should just pick a different thing. So I've picked my sister. I was going to see my sister who's in Germany while I'm in the US. And I decided to bring her a toy. So when I was settling in, when the session was going to start, there were a ton of interferences that kept me to get back out of my state of relaxation. Like 3 or 4 or 5 things that had to be addressed that kept me out of that state. And then after I was done with that, then I was just spending a lot of time thinking about it and explaining why I had to do this and that and this and that and this and that. And then thinking about thinking and thinking about thinking about thinking. And so that's what I tend to do a lot. And so that was keeping me out of the state of relaxation. But fortunately, we had hours ahead of us. So eventually I was being able to relax. There were a couple of different things that happened, and what I learned was I have to really pay attention to what I'm experiencing, because some of these things are so subtle that I just about missed them. I saw some kind of shadowy figures, sort of grayish, looked like they had long robes on. They were off to the left, and I didn't notice right away. But then I said, but there was something there. I just got to remember what that was, and I remembered that that's what I had seen, and reminded myself to be more vigilant of what was going on. But then another thing happened. Very, very briefly, my sister showed up, just very briefly, and then she was gone again. And
Nice.
while the first one was kind of gray and gray, this one was a little more colorful. And she said something to me, but I didn't hear it. I don't remember what it was, and I forgot to give her the gift. Then she was gone again. But that was while I was awake. Definitely I was awake. Later on, I fell asleep and I had a dream. And that dream was in vivid color, super color. I know the color because I noticed it distinctly. Very weird dream. I was in my backyard on the grass, the sun shining, and there was a young couple. They were with me, and they were trying to convince me to put on a wedding dress. And the wedding dress was for me to marry the guy. I was just totally surprised. I said, that was weird.
Wait a
But
minute,
then
you're
while they
already
were,
married.
I know, right. But that's what they wanted me to do. They wanted me to wear this dress and then get ready for the ceremony to get married to this guy. And as they were tucking and pulling on my dress to arrange it right, I saw them exchanging loving glances over my shoulder, and I said, this is not going to work. And I told them, you guys need to get married. Don't involve me. This is not the right thing. And that was the end of that. So
Well, you know, what
weird,
Mr.
isn't it?
Kesh, yeah, no, not at all. What Mr. Kesh said in the holy books, it says how many wives a man can have, but it doesn't say how many husbands a woman can have. So
Well,
you
you know,
may be
I didn't
getting married on the energy level. We don't know.
but I didn't know either one. But I thought, he seems pretty nice. I could get used to him. And I saw them exchanging glances.
You were
and said,
sizing it up, huh?
well, that was not right because they were obviously very much in love. So, and I wasn't.
Oh,
So,
wow.
so I
Yeah,
just told them that, and that was the end of the dream.
beautiful.
But it was
Thank you
vivid
for,
color.
yes, thank you for being so bold and so fearless in sharing.
Yeah, yeah. I feel
Yeah.
safe in this group, but I also feel pretty secure in myself at this
Yeah,
point.
I think you have a long track record of being
Yeah.
the person you are. As I know you, I've known you for a number of months. I think this is the second year or longer that I've known you, and I've met you in person. And as I said to you directly, that you've been going into some sessions individually into this session, and you appear beautiful. I mean, much brighter, much other things have happened to you. And I can see it from a distance without even saying anything. And others, I think, have reported the same. Not that you were down and out or anything like that, but there's a glow or an awareness or a light around you in so many ways. It's not a physical light we can see. It's probably the enlightenment.
I can hear it in the voice.
Are you a doctor?
Oh, I'm a listener.
Oh, I
Well, I'm
think,
also
yeah,
becoming more comfortable with the group because I'm generally pretty standoffish and shy.
you had told us that you prefer nature and the woods and the trees and the rest of that to interacting with some of these people in so many ways that can cause you some pain or again many many things that we don't expect from friends or relatives or others who we trust.
No, that's not so much it. It's
Okay.
just strangers. It takes me a long time to warm up to people. But with this group, it's been a long time. So I'm pretty well warmed up to you guys, I think.
Well, you
So
warmed up to me quite quickly, and then you had me carry your bags all across London. So you're doing quite well.
yeah. Well, this is a special group.
Well, we're
I
all
can talk with
special,
you
I
guys.
think.
I
Yeah,
can talk with you guys about all kinds of stuff that I can't talk with other people about. So we
right.
know
That
the same.
is a
Or
yeah, that is a beauty of being around other knowledge seekers. They understand, you know, you say GANs or you say nano. Again, we don't all have the exact same understanding. You say plasma, but we have an idea of what you're referring to, and that's beautiful.
and we can use the word love without innuendo,
Okay.
that kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the giving love. I know Mr. Kesh said at one point, I was shocked when he said there's no love in the universe. We call it giving. And isn't that one of the types of love we talk about?
Hmm.
The physical love, the giving love, the love of the mother for the child, those sorts of love. I know it's broken down into 3 different categories in so many ways, but that's beautiful. Yeah. Anyone else want to share anything? People can sign up for these. Mr. Kesh encourages this. Perhaps, let's see, where can we, he did give a couple of explanations here. Maybe we'll go to the, let's see here. How can we, no,
I just have a question.
go right
Did
ahead.
he say that is there another group of sessions that are coming up after June?
Mm-hmm. 3 or 6 he mentioned, But again, everything is subject to change within the Keshe Foundation. It hasn't been
Yes.
offered yet, but he did say
And does it mean that we would have to be already in these sessions that have gone by?
absolutely
Or
not. I'd say absolutely not. This is what he said, wasn't it the last workshop or the workshop before, that someone could come in and listen to the 537th workshop and understand the last 10 years of teaching? They didn't have to go to the first one and the second workshop and do that kind of progression the way we think of, you can't go from first grade to eighth grade. That's an impossibility. In
but
the
we've
matter
already
state.
we've been in some sessions, not these ones,
Mhm,
but some.
mhm.
And it really, I mean, I value the eating sessions because whenever I'm speaking to people about Gaza or Palestinian situation, then I can say I was a part of a workshop that was testing it.
Definitely.
And it really, really does help when you can do that. It makes a difference. People look at you like, wow. And they're happy to hear, that we're doing something about Palestinians.
Right, and
Okay,
that's another public demonstration of this feeding system. For people who've probably never even pronounced the word cash or plasma or anything like that. And we're not talking 2 or 3 people, we're talking 80,000 people per day. So this was no small endeavor, and yet Mr. Keshe has reported success without even using headphones because the communication systems were blocked, so they had to go around it, in which they did. Connecting directly to the soul, if you could connect to it. Again, there is a part for you to play in all of this as well. And as we move on, I think your part will grow and grow and grow until you're able to do some of these things totally using your own reactors, beautifully designed by the creator. Everything is in place. We just need to learn how to use them. So you have it for wellness, you have it for feeding, you have it for travel. And as I said earlier in another meeting, you have it for energy as well. You may walk into a room and the lights could go on. Haven't we heard this in a way from people? Sometimes they walk under a street light and it goes on or off. Now, could that every one of those be a coincidence? I don't think so. So again, we have a system that's so far in a way advanced than what we understood. That's why we're still making MAGRAV systems, because we haven't fully understood our own. So we're more confident working in the physicality than working with our own reactors. And this is part of the issues, but no problem at all. And we don't discourage or abuse anyone who's working in the matter state of the understanding. Because as Mr. Keshe said, some people will want to use the transportation system, a faster plane, but they may not want to use a transmutation system. And he said, I hope the people that understand the transmutation will not abuse those who use the transportation system. And I don't know what sort of abuses could come out of that, but he indicated that there could be some. So whatever dimension you're comfortable in working in, we're all growing into this knowledge at different speeds and different strengths. And no one is wrong. And we understand no one is 100% right, because we haven't fully understood the totality. Anyone else want to bring anything? Perhaps we should see if we can yeah, here's a little clip what he's mentioned. Maybe we'll just play this. I'm just looking for my, don't know why it's, here it is. Okay, so we're gonna just play it from here for maybe 6 minutes or so, where he gives a little bit more understanding, and then we'll go after the break where, again, these systems have never been on this planet before. I mean, your systems have, but we totally ignored it because we're so physical. We didn't understand the work of the dream. We don't understand, we always thought all these things are coincidences. But now we're understanding we're in and there was a book by this title called The Conscious Universe. I think if you land on the moon, does the soul of the moon actually know that your soul is within that atmosphere or within that existence? I think it does. I think it understands them all in so many ways. So let's just hear a little bit more about the transmutation, transportation type systems that we're understanding. And you're all invited to participate. It's all about you. This is what the whole teachings were targeting the whole time. We thought it was the MagRav, we thought it was the GANs, we thought it was nano coding and this and that. You're carrying all of that within your structure. So he's trying to, and I did remember this, what he said a few workshops ago, we're opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And as we know, when we compare to Hiroshima and other things, we're just full of plasmatic energy we had no clue about before. And now this is being, this mystery of the matter state of the entity, we're opening up the understanding of its energies. And even a piece of metal, the energies that hold that piece of metal, if they could be harvested in a way, could feed the entire planet, just probably in a small 12-inch by 12-inch piece of metal. If you could replicate or extract those energies, you can feed the entire planet. So this is how low, in a way, our knowledge is, but it's certainly increasing quite quickly. Let's play a little bit of this clip where he talks about these systems. And it's very important to keep the Keshe Foundation free. So many people have tried to buy it and take it over or infiltrate it and destroy it. So we're trying, so it's a privilege in a way, even though there's some expense involved to be part of this. Or would anyone else, before we play this clip, like to share their experience? And again, some of these matters are private and they may not be wanted to be brought out in the public domain. There could be some repercussions from family or friends, or maybe your boss, or perhaps even your government. But we know in the background, the governments have been heavily exploring this for decades. Long, long, long time. Okay, let's hear this clip.
The teaching of today is interesting as we go back, but in a deeper way, to understand more about the science of creation. And this become, in a way, important as tomorrow we start the first phase of transmutation. Tomorrow, collectively, many of you who have been part of this monthly meeting will put you through a totally new system. Energy fields which interacts only on the level of the soul of the man. And then it's how you interact with it. And later on, tomorrow or the following days, we'll take a couple of those people who are supposed to be the first transmuters into a different dimension of the what we call field of strength, to see how they can grow to the what we call the phases of transmutation. And by June.
So there are different phases of this transmutation. As he said, nobody's going to walk in the first time and transmute. The entire humanity is going to have to go through this process over the next coming months and years, and maybe even decades, maybe quicker. But it's a structured process. You know, if you were going through some sort of reconstruction, in a way, sometimes they don't do the whole reconstruction all at the same time. Let's say doctors, they may correct this part, and when that gets better or healed, then they correct another part. Well, I think we're going through this in a way, things are being added on the plasma level to your structure, or things are opening up or changing, or the soul decides to put something in there like a little gift to change the dimension within the dimension of physicality. And that's what we wait in these systems for sometimes, for that process to happen.
We try to see if at least these two can transmute and to what level they can, and where there's a pitfalls in our structure of the work and our systems that we can get ready for what we call the final phase. But to understand the totality, we go back again to cosmic rays, back again to what we call the creators of the creation. We call it, as I said, cosmic rays, and then we become part of the rays of the earth. We usually see it as a light, daylight or whatever. But on the other side, as we said, we go back to universal rays. And then above the universal rays is the ray of the creator, which as these fields, this field singularity travels in the depth of the world of the creation of itself, in the slowing down and interacting, and then interacting will lead to the creation of the universes. And then the fields of these universes interacting leads to creation of the galaxies, what we call, and the stars, solar systems, and then the soul of the man and the rest. So what is important for us as knowledge seekers is to be open to the understanding of totality and do not draw a line, and be ready to expand our knowledge, our own understanding, without any prejudices. Once we become prejudiced, then it's time when we stop. When we draw, that's the limit, it cannot be any further. That means it's a limit of our understanding, it's a limitation of our comprehension. So in reality, if the what we call field of carbon-12, and then you have the fields of carbon-14, which is cosmic rays, and then you go into interaction of the fields, that in that process they're interacting with each other in a dimension of the totality, lead to what we call in the physics of today crystallization.
Okay, any comments about this? I know Ed gave a beautiful example about the CH4, how you have the C and then you have the H with 4 of them. And we know there's plenty of carbon-12, that's your, in a way, in the soul of physicality, but carbon-12 represents about 99% of the carbons on this planet. But then when you take something like CH4 and you have the carbon, which is 12, and you have 4 H's, and you combine 2 of the H's with the carbon-12, you have the carbon-14. And I know in the flight room in Sanya, he was using that CH4 gas not to burn, but as a space fuel, because we know the carbon-14 is a line of communication and travel across the universe in so many ways. It's like a universal highway. And I was wondering, maybe what's in the store, if we can go back to the store for a minute, and let's just go back over here and up to the top. He's offering some of this cosmic ray material. And I was thinking maybe this has quite a bit of C14 in it. Maybe it's all C14 or a combination of rays. Again, this would help you to enter into, on the energy dimension, that ability to travel. And perhaps even to move the physicality, I don't know. But it seems like he's taken the CH4 gas, again, I don't know, I'm just guessing, and is showing one of the faces of it. he's actually converted it into a substance that's contained within this glass, and it can be used in so many different ways, which we haven't been taught fully at all yet. So this is another aspect of the teaching, but this cosmic ray material in such a concentrated form has never been in this form on this planet in a way. As we know, the carbon-14 is a very, very small percentage of what's in the atmosphere, or so on and so forth. And that's part of the work of the foundation and why their systems work so well compared to ours, because as he said earlier on in some of the teachings, understanding the cosmic rays is 50% of the understanding. And we haven't really gone through that understanding of cosmic rays and how they connect things together or create things or create conditions to create things. As he said earlier, these are the creators of the creation, what we call the cosmic rays. So this is part of the understanding we're going through and learning and understanding more about this cosmic ray material. And of course, there's creator rays, universal rays, cosmic rays, or maybe the cosmic and the universal rays are the same, but there's a dimension above them. We call those the creator rays. So the Keshe Foundation has in its hand the ability to filter and separate or block some of these rays, and that makes the systems probably function. Even if we turn to the one of the least expensive products in the store, if we find the butterfly right here, and we look at these butterflies, again, they're for soul elevators. He said we all thought they were, and they do work for on your cell phone or your computer. But he said these couldn't be replicated because there's hidden technologies within them and technologies we haven't understood. So I think the cosmic ray understanding is going to be a leap in making systems. But do we have to make systems? Do you have to have that knowledge in your hand, or can you openly use the systems of the Keshe Foundation? As he said, we're going to keep a lot of the secrets in-house at this time, because of course it would probably be abused until we reach a certain elevation of the soul of the man. And so forth. Okay, let's go back to our presentation. Let me just bring it back up, and we'll continue on here. Any thoughts? Feel free to jump in and make a comment or a question, even if you feel it doesn't have anything to do. Your soul may be leading you in that direction. But I think it's the cosmic rays which has caused our systems to yield the 30%, where the Foundation's MagRev energy saving devices yield 90 or 95% reduction, because we haven't learned how to trigger the cosmic rays. And that's what he said about the cataract material. He said many knowledge seekers have made it, but they haven't understood the totality, so they report back it doesn't work. But I think that's as part of the understanding the totality is working with the cosmic rays. Again, working with rays we can't see, but we can certainly perhaps sense them, isolate them, block them, and the rest of it. But it's a whole new understanding. And I don't think you have to fully grasp the knowledge. You can use the system within the foundation, and it'll work probably better than you building your own system, to me, at this point in time. In the future, it will. In the future, it'll be all opened up, and we'll see how simple it was. But even making of the gold, as he said, he can teach a 10-year-old girl in 10 minutes how to make gold. How come we can't figure that out? Because there's certain techniques or certain fields or a certain way to block something else to allow something else to be created, perhaps. That's just my understanding. But let's go back to the teaching. If no one has any comments, we'll try to get through this, or parts of it anyway.
As a crystal, but against crystal, which means it has no dimension. But the difference between a crystal in a life form and a crystal in matter form is a slight difference. The crystals has the diversity of the fields from gases has a heartbeat. So has the soul of a stone has a heart. For us, it's important to find out that heartbeat of the soul. What takes it over? What brings that condition to understanding? And we see in our technology, when you join us in these monthly sessions, more and more the interaction of the three phases of the matter, what we call the vegetation or energy of them, or the matter energy, and then the energy of the what we call life, which is like human body. The interesting point.
Would anyone like to explain this about the vegetation? He says the three phases of matter, what we call vegetation, or the energy of them. How did vegetation get brought into this topic here? Or the matter energy, and then the energy of what we call, well, life, which is like the human body. Anyone on the vegetation?
I still think it's all relating to the structure of a plasma. You have the physical matter transition and the principle. So
Okay.
it could be the vegetation could be the vertical people, and then the matter is just the, I believe, the physical, and the vegetation is transition, and then what's the other one?
The matter state.
The,
You're saying the principle, the transition, and the matter state. Those are the
and the
three.
matter state. Yeah, structure of a plasma. So it's in relation to the same thing, three energies that he was talking about.
Got
energies of the, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So where would the vegetation come into this? Again, just a question. I think he describes a little more of it later on, but these are some of the things that are happening. Go ahead. Sorry.
Vegetation should be the vertical people, right?
I'm not sure.
That's what I
Three
think.
phases
The
of
energy.
the matter. I think you were right on the three phases of the matter. Again, matters, when he puts an S on it, those are energy fields. When he uses it as matter, that's the physicality, as I understand it. Three phases of the matter.
Each of them has the three principles of plasma.
And that's
each
true
of
too.
the phases.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the three phases of matter should be the same lower phase of the matter, which is the physical, and then the vegetation, we call it vegetation. I call it the structure of a transition on the plasma. And then the other one, I forgot what he mentioned on the other one, but let's listen to it. It's
Okay.
there.
Okay. Anyone else want to add any understanding to this? And he described this again further down. Yeah, right here. Three forces of the matter, vegetation, and the what we call animal kingdom come together. Again, that's a bit confusing for me.
Point is, when these interact and the soul of physicality interacts, we see something very interesting. We see the totality of what we call the line of connection. And when they come together, when these three field forces of the matter, vegetation, and what we call animal kingdom come together, we see something very, very interesting. And this is where the totality,
Mark, that is
the
right there.
information gives us.
Go ahead, Ike, please.
Yeah, that's it right there. The matter, vegetation, and then the animal kingdom. So the animal kingdom is the horizontal, the vegetation is the vertical people, Yeah, and the matter is just the physical structure. That also can be relatable to, I believe,
The
Mark,
physicality, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man.
and
That's what I'm
yes,
thinking.
and also, yes, that's true. And also, when you have the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis, that gives you a structure of a sphere. And that's what he's trying to say. The energies all come together. So from it goes to the beginning and again goes to the end. So he was just trying to say when the three energies come together like that, it forms a sphere. We just call it different names. That's the understanding I have.
Alex, any comment on the X, Y, and Z comparison?
I think Ike is bang on the nail on the head there.
Wow.
Yeah, there's something I'm just trying to do something. Do you think it might be possible to do you think it might be possible to take over the screen for a minute?
Are you going to start leading this group or something? No, go right ahead. Yes, of course. I've been just having fun with that leader role and so on. As I said, I'm only leading myself. No offense.
Yes, yes, you are. Yes, yes, you are. Okay, so remember where you are, and I'm just
Okay.
gonna bring something up
Perfect.
and try not to make a mess as I bring it up. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is oopsie, just a moment. What am I?
Take over the new share and continue from there, and then I'll just pull it back when it's time. But let's let him get this set up. But yeah, to me, these three field forces, because he goes on later on and says, when we see the soul of the man, the physicality, and the soul of physicality start working together. Okay, Fo says, think of the fields of rays. Okay, thank you, Fo. Here's Alex's screen. We see it now. Thank you, Alex.
Okay, I think it's going to happen.
Your screen has come up. And now we're seeing the periodic table. Or part of it.
Yes, yes, and I think it's an important part. I want to draw reference to the magnesium, which has a mass of 12, and the iron, which has a mass of 26. And yeah, I don't know what to say about that too much, but how about this? So we understand the star formation and you know, the tetrahedrons and basically, you know, how they work. If you take your two fingers, index finger and your middle finger and put them on the table facing each other, and then you turn one 90 degrees. So that makes a tetrahedron. So in other words, if you look at the end, the nitrogen, and you put one finger from your one of the two fingers from your left hand on two of the nitrogen, and then your fingers on the other from the right hand on the other two nitrogen, and you just turn them 90 degrees, you'll have the third dimension of this two-dimensional diagram, right? With the magnesium at the center. So this is the plant chlorophyll. And if you look at on the right-hand side, it's the same structure, except that iron is in the center. And then when you look at the diagram and you see the similarity, and in fact, they're almost identical in every which way, except for positioning. And so we find that the chlorophyll is the, shall we say, the blood of the plants, and the hemoglobin, of course, is the blood of the horizontal people. And when you look at the orientation, maybe that's the difference. The vertical people are vertical, and the horizontal people are horizontal. And you know, we're part of the horizontal group, aren't we? Because we have this duality, we could be vertical and horizontal. So the thing is that this is a structure, an inherent structure of the amino acid structure. And we see the relationship and how it is actually works quite well together. Very comparative. What is the common point in this? Is that the plants, generally speaking, are peaceful. We're the problem children. And so, you know, where have we gone wrong, shall we say? So that's the discussion. But anyway, I think when he talks about the three dimensions and how they come together, you've got the original pattern, you have the manifestation of the soul, and then you have the manifestation of the physicality. Back to you, Mark.
So the red blood linked to the iron, and that would include the horizontal people? They seem
Yes.
to have a red blood, and the green blood is linking to the magnesium, and this is the plant world and the trees, the vertical people, we call them.
And Alex, what is R? Because I can see hydrogen is listed in the human hemoglobin. And in
Yeah,
the chlorophyll.
it's another structure.
Mhm.
It's a compound structure that comes as a result of this. What you're looking at is the factory. Okay, so okay,
The energy factory.
yeah, figures Gail would ask that question. You know,
Mhm.
Oh,
she's so brilliant.
I'm just observant. I want to know, why is there an R there?
Well,
Thanks.
you are observant. You are observant, and so we have to understand that all this has to do with the conversion of energy. And you know, energy in what we call nature, we call sugar. Well, when we say nature, we're talking about the vertical, horizontal, earth, space, and nature. So just to identify the energy, we call it sugar. So in the whole process of deriving the energy from our food, so where we exchange energy with the horizontal people and the vertical people, is in this hexagonal, pentagonal relationship. So there's a constant shifting. So when I said you take the left hand and the right hand and you put your fingers on the end points, but you turn one hand 90 degrees, well, yeah, you have to understand that this thing is constantly flipping. So you flip it up, you flip it down, you flip it up, you flip it down. So when you flip it up, you give. When you flip it down, you take. When you flip it up, you give. When you flip it down, you take. And the trigger for the twisting is actually the giving and taking of the energy. So when the condition changes, when the energy is given, that condition changes, so it causes this twisting. And then when the energy comes, that changes again another twist, and then it twists back up. So you have to look at the two pictures on the left and right as constantly flipping. And this sugar energy exchange is common between the horizontal and the vertical people. And the structure of the energy exchange is common. So this being the final structure. And what is important to understand about the nitrogen, of course, is that if you add energy, it's oxygen, and if you subtract energy, it's carbon. And so that's what the flipping is doing. It's always adding and taking. So there are three positions: the adding, the balance, and then the giving. And so we kind of go through these three sessions, and then these are the fundamental three dimensions of each energy transmission step.
And Randy would like to know, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, that's
No,
okay.
Randy would like to know, is the Venus flytrap plant aggressive or passive? And we know the Venus flytrap catches flies in its sticky sap or whatever it has there and then pulls that fly in. So maybe they're not long lived. I don't know.
Okay, so the thing we have to understand is that we have 80 billion people on this planet. So what that means is we're all part of the human species, but each of us is unique. And so that's as a species. And so each species is also unique. And so when we look at this uniqueness, we see that there's a variety of horizontal people, there's a variety of vertical people. So any variety that you see is caused by a deviation from this fundamental structure. And that's really all it is. And the reason for that, of course, is because each of these structures is a byproduct of the cosmic rays. And since the cosmic rays are coming from all over the universe, each one is coming with a different path. And in the process of moving, it has to absorb energy. And then when it moves, it gives the energy. It has to give the energy in order to move. And then by moving, it absorbs the energy. So therefore, the energy that was absorbed from the first position is different from the energy that was absorbed from the second position. If we were to look at twins and you say they're identical, well, no, they're not. One was born before the other. It just so happens that they were born very, very closely to the same time, but not the same time. But they were part of the same overall experience. So this whole notion of cloning is like virtually impossible because there will always be a difference. There has to be a difference because if there wasn't a difference, there would be no movement. And if there's no movement, there wouldn't be any life. Back to you, Mark.
Okay.
Alex, before you leave, Alex, real quick. So how is it that the energy of the sphere is complete, but the energy of the circle is not? Because circle, I will assume, has the totality from one point end to it gets back to the beginning, but then it looks like the energy of the sphere is a complete energy, but not like a circle. A circle is a perfect circle, but a sphere is not perfect, but yet is the energy of it is complete. How is this so?
Well, this is the whole point. You have to have a basis. You have to have a foundation. You have to have a maggrav. And that maggrav is only visible when the energy is being exchanged. If there's no energy being exchanged, and that maggrav is not visible, it's in total balance. But if it was in total balance, it also wouldn't exist. So when we're looking at, for instance, the gaps between the rings, you see there's nothing there, or the big gap between the ring and the body of Saturn. That's a huge gap. And you say, well, there's nothing is there. Well, of course there's something there. You just can't see it because it's of a different energy state. And so in which dimension is it? It's the manifestation of the sphere is in 3 dimensions. The manifestation of the rings is in 3 dimensions. And you can see those manifestations. So the manifestation of the gap is in 3 dimensions, but not in the visible dimensions.
Are you saying the plants have learned how to use their magravs before mankind has? I was very impressed when Mr. Keshe said man lives to be 100 years old and is quite proud of that. I know there's many who have, but not a lot. But yet he said when you look at the olive trees in Italy, some of them are 2,500 years old. Does this consuming of energies rather than the matter state, and not all plants, we know there's annuals and we know some plants don't live that long. A redwood tree's 400 years or something like this. Is using these energies actually extending the life of the plant? Or some plants, some vertical people? They don't have a tongue or a mouth to tell us and they're keeping their secrets, but it seems they've learned how to use their magrev before mankind has in a way.
Well, the sad truth for environmentalists, and especially those who are on the climate change bandwagon, is that this planet doesn't need us to survive. If you look at any community and in the absence of man, the plants will do quite well, thank you. And interestingly enough, and we only have to draw our attention to Chernobyl, because that has been evacuated by humanity. And yet we see dogs and other animals in there. So the plants there and the animals there are not human dependent. So we are a bit of a luxury as far as this planet is concerned. And that's why we came here, because this planet is heaven. So as long as we do what the vertical people are doing and the horizontal people are doing, humanity is welcome. But you know, when we start to be belligerent, I think the Earth space will be quite happy to get rid of us.
Fo has put a comment in here. Maybe you have to look at the conversion of the CO2, then calcium is right in between. And how is energy of the rays stored in vegetation and the animals, 2 sides of the metal? No.
Well, this is, you know, scientists are racking their brains over this, trying to figure it out. The problem has been here is that what we're looking at is the Earth space range details. So these are not the cause or the process. These are the end products, and the end product is in the physical state. And we have an additional feature in that we can move, we can move on our own, and you know, there's other things that we can do, and in fact we can abide by universal rules, or we can inflict our own rules, man-made rules. When I think if we understand the universal laws of nature, then we can understand which one is preferred. Back to you.
Okay, let me take the screen back. Any other comments or questions before we continue more about the transmutation? Thank you, everyone, for sharing at that point. Let's continue in this.
A lot of insight in how we have entered the 3 dimension, which means if you put all the, what we call field strength of these three conditions which body of the man is made of, bone, then you have the structure of the food which is within the man, and then you have the cellular structure of the man, and all having a soul. This will give us an interesting position in many, many applications. And we can see this in a way when the soul of the man, the soul of physicality of the man, and the physicality of the man come together, gives us the same kind of condition. This gives us a totality of understanding. You've seen these pictures we shared before, and in so many cases, we see it on the rapid way. When the physical body of the man comes into connection, comes into interaction with the soul of the man and the physicality of the man, this gives us, in a dimensional way, the shape of a sphere, which we know at that point the man has passed the position. And in some test results, we see how the soul takes over and how the physicality, in a way, subdues and then follows. And together, they make a beautiful system. And it tells us that you, as knowledge seekers, going through the process, have reached the point of maturity, have reached the understanding of totality. And this brings us an amazing picture.
Okay, maybe I'll switch over to the video here and we'll just hear it. But again, there's your Maghreb, the soul of physicality, the physicality and the soul of the man interacting. And then, of course, the carbon-12 and the carbon-14. This gives us an amazing understanding and amazing interactions, which we always thought that's just a coincidence. I was thinking about this person calling me and they called. Or something else happens in a very uncoincidental way, but we call it a coincidence. And he said we need to remove this coincidence and many, many times out of our vocabulary. We're understanding more about ourselves, your own Maghrebs, and how to use them. But we still seem to want to go back to building them when you already have a perfectly set system by the creator. But that's fine, whatever way you're ready to work at, no problem.
In what we call structures, when we see this picture appears in the graphs, where we see the soul of the man, the soul of physicality of the man, and the physicality of man bear all the combination of the fields of the matter state, the what we call the vegetation state, and the animal kingdom, which is the cell body physicality of the man together, we get this figure. But when you look at this, when we see this in our systems running, it means that the man has reached a point of transmutation. Everything is in a field matter. Everything is ready to move on. When you get this picture, it means you're still in doldrum of trying to find out the physicality and what we call separation or expansion of the soul. But when we see this picture, spherical, the reason that most of or all of the celestial objects are spherical is this reason. What do you see? It's the first time scientifically we can explain even why the plasma takes a spherical shape. Why stars are in a spherical shape. Not only due to rotation, but due to creating combination of the field strength, which each one has its own heartbeat. And in that heartbeat sits the structure of matter state, which is embedded inside the star, the what we call a life state, and what you call the vegetation state, or the same as physicality, the soul of physicality, or the what we call the soul of the system.
Okay, just wanted to show you that, again, that graph. And a number of workshops ago, he was talking about the half sphere of the brain of the man. We know it's divided in half, but it's a half sphere. He says this causes a lot of limitations for the soul of the man to interact properly with the brain. And he said if we could create a spherical condition within the brain, the work of the soul would not be inhibited, let's say. And this is what he's not actually creating a physical spherical brain, but by working your reactors, you can create this spherical image of the fields. And again, it's not a 2-dimension, it's I think Ed was telling, it's a 3-dimensional sphere. So much for the flat earth and the rest of that. Let me just move this back and we'll continue a little while longer. But there's so much in each and every one of these workshops. As Mr. Keshe said, people will be going over this for decades and centuries, trying to understand and trying to put the whole thing together. Maybe some of us will achieve that before centuries.
And when you see a picture like this, scientifically, this explains a lot of things to us. And we look tomorrow in these tests to see how more spherical you make it. And when it squeezes itself to a near enough sphere, it means all the knowledge seekers are ready for transmutation. It means all the energies has come together. And this is why we separate two knowledge seekers, as too many of you fall in the pitfall of believing in what you're trying to do or what you see, and you go back to the matter state. You try to control it physically. And then we see this picture quite often. I think in some of the pictures we've shown before, you've seen this appears as a sphere and then suddenly always has a peak behind it. And whenever you get a peak, you see the physicality, which is the yellow line, takes over. Means I cannot trust the soul. I cannot believe I can do such a thing. Am I worthy of being able to? And very interesting is that how suddenly the energy increases, reaches a peak, reaches a point. And when we get these data, it shows how much knowledge seekers are ready to go. And then they get frightened of themselves. We see this in a medical application. As I explained to many doctors before, we see people getting better. They change their life through the wellness centers or systems they use or process of the Keshe Foundation they use to get in a wellness side. And then when you ask them the question about it, they say, no, this doesn't happen. The fear of confirming, yes. And this is the same problem we see here. And in a way, when you understand, when you what we call the data, then you will see how so many of you are ready to transmute. Except that you have the fear of, am I worthy of? Would I be able to achieve such a thing? And then we see what happens. How, when you build your confidence, in a way trusting in yourself, that you don't need any intermediaries. You move to these new phases, and in a way, you flip over to what we call another dimension, another position, another understanding of your own existence. That, yes, I can transmute. I can transfer the fields of my existence, and I'm not afraid of it because I can bring it back. I can create it to be. And then what is interesting with many of you,
And I was thinking, Alex, of your teaching on the flipping of the alkaline back to the weak acidic, or from the acidic getting stronger, flipping over to the weak alkaline. So perhaps he's picked up on this and sort of expanded it. Any comment? This flipping you've been talking about.
Well, the basis of science as we know it is terrified of polar shifts. And it is impossible to get motion without polar shift. So the implication of damage from a polar shift is actually a false notion.
Mhm.
So if you think of 70 trillion cells in the body all giving and taking, you have 70 trillion polar shifts giving and 70 trillion polar shifts taking, which is 140 trillion transactions just to have one piece of energy exchange in each cell. You can see how busy we are.
Wow. Mhm. What a beautiful system we have. It's just we haven't understood it. That's the whole key there. We thought we
when you
just had a head and a
intelligent,
couple of legs and an arms and, you know, the rest of it. And we haven't really gotten into our understanding of our own creation.
well, we have been given intelligence and we don't think it's good enough, so we now have to manufacture artificial intelligence. Why when you have the real thing?
Or we have intelligence and we applied it mostly to the matter state of understanding
Correct.
instead of the universal understanding. Again, I made the man in the image of myself. We continue a little longer here.
is that your own success, your own combination of the fields of the work comes to become the process of demise. In a way, you stop the process. In a way, you control the expansion of the soul. Trust in a higher order, what we call mechanism, higher order, what we call process of expansion. And we see this quite often with you knowledge seekers. And amazing enough, you keep on repeating it. We see it in a crowd of you, when you're many of you, and we see this with when it's individuality of you. And how the what we call the process would lead to another process of what I call self-inflicting division. Self-inflicting division of what we call division is soul from the physicality and physicality from the soul. And we see this. And this brings us a lot of knowledge. And today's teaching is primarily about these kind of conditions, because you as knowledge seekers, many of you are ready to go, are ready to, in a way, become part of that what we call universal community, to become part of the existence of the totality. And it's a day like this
before we bring you as knowledge seekers to understand the totality, is our job to bring you to see, is our job to make you to understand where and how this will happen.
And that's an amazing thing about the carbon-14. It allows the separation of the neural system. I was reading in the 262 or a paper about it. It allows the separation of the neural system from the physicality. And just being in the presence of these energies allows that process to happen. And now I think the foundation is, as he said the week before, we bathe you in cosmic rays. So this is what's happening. There's a deep understanding of how the cosmic rays work, what to block, what to filter, and what to use. And this is where I think we've missed 50%, as I said earlier, of the equation, as he indicated in that 262nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Any thoughts about this? And of course, this is probably one of the reasons that the material is being made available in the store. And we showed a picture of that earlier. And they could be combinations of these cosmic ray materials to create certain conditions for other traveling or somehow in these dimension of the fields. And that material is being produced and is getting packaged and is getting ready to be sent out. So
Mark,
we're just, yes, go ahead.
You asked two questions.
Again?
And, I know you always do that. You know, you ask this question hidden within the question.
Okay.
You want only one answer. You know, that's impossible.
Okay, good. Fill us in. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll fill you in. So let's talk about the filtering for a moment here. The Earth space does its own filtering. That's why we are here. We are shielded from cosmic rays which are not desirable. Okay, so that's a precondition. And then the second thing.
Are you referring to the, excuse me, are you referring to the atmosphere, Alex?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about the plasma shield that the Earth has. See, the manifestation of the Earth is based on its own performance, on its own requirements. And so it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. And that sounds like redundant, but
More double talk.
Well, you're not what you're not. You know, you are what you are, and that's the whole point. So you know, it's like we look at the atmosphere and we say, well, it's 79% nitrogen. What is the key component? Well, it's this obscure component in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. You know, some insect in there is, or some plant is creating this nutrient that, you know, we can look for. And the key component is the 79% of nitrogen. Hello. The key component is the majority of the component. You know, it has to do with the conversion of nitrogen and into oxygen and hydrogen.
The reason I mentioned atmosphere is because at one point, Mr. Keshe explained that the gravitational fields of the planet hold on to what the planet has created in so many ways, and the magnetical fields of the planet are actually protecting what has been created.
Oh my God.
That's why I brought that up.
Mark, you said that out. You said that all by yourself?
No, that's from Mr. Cash.
I know, but I'm just,
Okay.
you're displaying a level of confidence that you haven't done before.
Ah, yes, I'm always asking myself, am I worthy enough?
Precisely. So anyway, you've done a really good job there. And then now I forget what your other part of the question was.
Sorry about that. I just
No,
wanted to
no.
interject that, but
No, it was a very good question, and I'd have to look at the replay, but I think it has to do with the manifestation of the fields and how we bring it all together, and you know, through the selection process, because there's other criteria. So that criteria is welcome in our shielded state. So within this earth space, we have an environment. And that environment is conducive to all who are in this environment. And yet you can see that we're all different. So that is a reverse shielding. So we have a shielding of the environment, and then we have our own shielding within the environment. This is how we can exist, and this is how we can coexist. And the coexistence is fundamental. So one of the problems that we've had is with our domination. So there's an automatic exclusion, the separation of the souls with the physicality. And it's not the separation so much which causes the manifestation. It's a separation which disrupts the communication and interferes with it. And we know there's an interference because the soul will never be a mass murderer. And yet we do have the preponderance of mass murderers. And so this becomes the factual reality that a mass murderer cannot travel in outer space. That's it. It's not only is it a shielding, but it's an exclusion policy, and it's self-inflicted.
okay. Thank you, Alex. Anyone want to make a comment of that rather than go through the other clips I had selected on the cataracts and the what's the other
yeah.
disease? Go ahead, Gail, sorry.
Yes, I was just to confirm, you're saying that the magnetic field, of course, we have the magnetosphere around objects, and the Earth has it. And and you also have, because we are diverse, we have an aura, I guess you could say, which will protect us as a unique individual. Is that what I'm hearing?
The aura is a representation of your uniqueness, but it's visible because of its interaction with the environment.
That's what I was going to say, something like that, yeah.
Well, you're getting so much better. You're going to lead this group before you know it.
Don't say lead. I'm coordinating, please.
Well, you're getting very coordinated because that's a fact. So the interaction with the environment is fundamental in how we handle it, and then we have to have the trust in so far as, are we, you know, physically dominant or are we plasmatically dominant? That becomes the, shall we say, the battleground.
Gail?
So I'm just heading back to the aura. So in a way, it is the skin that is our, not really, because you have to include the energy. Yeah. So in my head, I've got the aura as our magnetosphere. And it's interesting because if you lose a leg, you'll still have that aura.
Yeah, that's correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, of course,
Okay.
the magnetosphere would be on the outside because it's your core is gravitational. It's
Now
just
you
that
mentioned, yeah,
it,
you were talking about gravitational. I think Mark said it. Okay, the magnetical protects, and the gravitational. What did you say it does?
it feeds.
It also holds on to what it's created. It doesn't want you to kind of get away. So it's holding you to the planet in so many ways.
Interaction. Okay. Yeah.
The
And I
gravity
always,
confirmation
yeah.
is foundational. But from that point, there's an exchange of energy. So in other words, when you get energy, you don't blow up like popcorn. And when you give energy, you don't lose air like a balloon. Okay, you maintain your conformity.
Mhm. Okay. Very interesting. This
You have a gravitational stability and you have a magnetical stability.
in our
And
graph.
yeah, but because those two are in polar opposites, you're visible.
Okay. Wow. And on the graph, Mr. Keshe's graph, we have the green was the soul of the man, and when it's a circular, it it is below the line. I know it's a little hard to imagine from that graph a 3D, a three-dimensional picture, but I'm just trying to understand what does it mean in that case, because the yellow is above, and that's the physicality. And the green is the soul of the man, and that's below when we have a spherical shape. So is that showing how the body is holding? Oh yeah, here we are.
Here we
Well,
are.
it's a little hard. It's a bit dark there.
Yeah. This is the
Okay.
yellow, I think, here. This is the green, and maybe this is the aura of the soul. I don't know, or an interaction of the system. I think somebody else said in another meeting. This is just showing the system or something.
Yes, and that spike is the soul of physicality. Is that right? When we try to
Purple.
we
Mm-hmm.
we get scared.
Yeah, we're scared of our own shadow, he says. And maybe this is why a lot of people don't want to go to using their own MAGRAV system, is because they're, in a way, afraid of it. Will they
Well,
lose the
as a
physicality?
child,
Will they come back? I'm much more comfortable making a GANS or making a MAGRAV out of copper and nano coating and coating it. And when the whole time, the whole target has been us, to understand our structure and understand the other structures and the other vertical or horizontal people, but it's mostly about us understanding ourselves. And I'm
and for
not in
me,
your ship. You're not in my ship per se, even though we're all connected in the rest of it. It's only you that are the captain of it.
yeah, a lot of us have had younger experiences with our coming back. Maybe we're awake and we can feel that we can't breathe and we're falling. And then just before we crash to the ground, suddenly we're able to take a breath, and then we totally wake up and come back into our existence on planet Earth. So I have those memories, and it was pretty frightening, every time I managed to take that breath and I totally came back and everything was okay. But it's a bit terrifying. So he mentions that you have that feeling. My father used to do it when he was driving in the up north roads and make us you know, the bottom would sink out the way he was driving. So we would say, "Oh, Dad, you know, it's kind of scary how your stomach feels when it goes upside down." So those are the things that that we might feel. I think Mr. Keshe said that we might have those experiences, and it doesn't exactly encourage us. So maybe we have to get over it.
No, but it does explain, and so I totally understand that feeling, because I had the same feeling, and I remember that vividly. So I'm pretty sure that all of us have gone through that, but we haven't been able to explain it. But the key thing that I did want to explain is that there's a Mark, is it convenient for you to bring that picture back?
Yeah, just let me scroll back to it. I think it's at 20 minutes, at least this particular one. Yeah, here it is. 21. Okay, there. Close enough?
Well, no, it was the other picture that you had that you showed Gail. It showed more to the left.
Just stop me. That
That
particular
that
one?
one right there, that's the one.
Okay.
So if you would notice the smaller sphere to the left of the larger sphere, we can say that it's still spherical, but it's much smaller. But if you look at the individual colors, let's zero in on the aquamarine blue there. On the small sphere, it's on the bottom, and on the big sphere, it's right at the top. So therefore, it has flipped over, and there is a balance between above the line and below the line. You have to have that balance, otherwise, you know, that's the equator. So let's face it. And then in between the two spheres is the crossover point. So as we leave a crossover point, there's a, shall we say, a divergence. And as we come to a crossover point, there's a convergence. Then there's a crossover, and then it diverges again. But it diverges in the opposite direction, if you will. So now that the poles have flipped over. So we're still able to maintain that spherical field. The point of the matter is that in the smaller field, we are physically dominant. In the larger field, we are plasmatically dominant. And then the conformity of the sphere represents our acceptance, and also in combination with our latent fear. So the closer we can get to perfection, is the closer we can get to transmutation. And so we are the ones with the foot on the brake, so to speak. And when we put on the brakes physically, well, we just drop out. We just flip over again. And then it's not as graceful. So if you look at the pattern on the right-hand side, it's not as graceful as the pattern on the left-hand side. But clearly the colors have flipped over again. So this is a representation of the changeover going from the dominance of one state to the dominance of another state. And this is fundamental to understanding that we can change. So if throughout our life we have only been looking at things from the flat Earth perspective, if you will, so now we understand what the Big Bang Theory is. That's the plate of the flat Earth falling on the ground and crashing.
So, Alex, it's an infinity loop. If I'm looking at what you're saying, the small circle, and then it's
what you're looking.
sorry, no, I'm trying to see what you were talking about there on the left.
You're saying what you're looking at. I'm,
Yes, is that an infinity loop? If that's what you're saying, it's flipping.
yeah, what I'm saying is what you're looking at, and what you're looking at is what I'm saying. Yes, it's an infinity loop.
Okay. All right, I got it. Thank you.
It's almost
Oh.
like, you know, you put the child on the tricycle and the child has training wheels. And the mother is sort of guiding the child or holding the back of the child or the seat that the child is on, and the child's pedaling and he's real happy. This is initially, let's say. And as soon as the mother takes the hand off the seat, the child stops and starts crying, doesn't want to go any further. It sort of doesn't want to do it. This is what we're doing. We're going into the fields, but then reverting back to the physicality.
And to your analogy there, we
Yep.
we want to be able to carry on, and with the comfort of knowing that the training wheels are there, but because they're behind us, we don't have to know that the training wheels aren't touching the ground anymore.
Right. Right.
Well, you know what? Then there's no point in me making a presentation today because you guys have.
Yes, there is. We're just going to do the Dome of Peace, and then we'll come right back to you.
We've
Don't
all
leave
figured it
us.
out.
Hey,
No,
hey, wait a
because
minute. You
I
have a
can Gail,
contract.
between Ike and Gail and your confidence, you know, we've got her done.
We're all
Okay.
gaining confidence in ourselves, and that's where
Okay.
the whole key of this whole matter is. So let's go to that. I'm going to move this up to 142 if I can. And we're going to hear, not yet, but and shortly, let's see. Okay, we'll start it here. Oops, trying to get there. Oh, gosh. We'll have to just start it there, I guess. Close enough. But anyway, let's create the Dome of Peace. This is a continuing process. And we're going to go to the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, which is releasing Gans waters, which we all know about.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So as we showed earlier, we have the World Peace Treaty is something you can sign with a pen, or you can sign it with the pen of your soul. And again, it's an affirmation between you and your soul that you want to move in a peaceful direction in all your interactions. And now we have the first phase. This is something for the physicality to do, and it's releasing Gans waters. We're not releasing Ganses, but we're releasing Gans waters. If you're not sure about that process, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki and learn how to make a Gans, or contact one of the knowledge seekers in one of the social medias, and I'm sure they'll direct you in the right location. We're creating this Dome of Peace as the Brazilians have put this together every Sunday, 12 and 6 p.m. CET or CEST. And again, it's something for your physicality to do. So we're doing this collectively as we join together and release Gans waters as they have the level of intelligence to know where to go and what to do in seeking out balance or balancing out conditions, especially the soul of this planet, which has a wrong streak in it. So this is something for our physicality to do. releasing Gans waters collectively at 12 and 6 p.m. and or 6 p.m. Now we're going to go to the second step in the Dome of Peace, which is the power of the souls. And thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. In here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe. Thank you.
And thank you again, Shweta. And of course, you can join the KesheBrazil.com, is it? And you can join them on Wednesday for an intention in an actual Zoom room or Telegram room. And this is where people get together. They use their souls consistently. And as it was just spoken, don't do it just once a time. You can do it all the time. And the Brazilians are offering a meeting with some readings, some interchanges. If you have that time, you can join them. KesheBrazil.com, as I understand it. And this is on Wednesday at 6 p.m. CET or CEST. And we're just highlighting that for those of you who'd like to have an interaction or bring some comments or ask some questions about this process every Wednesday. And as I said, they have daily intentions as well at 2 a.m. Central European Summertime. And of course, you'd have to correct your time frame to meet up with them. But you can join these meetings, and they go on every day, as I understand it. I see that Claudia just joined. Claudia, are the daily intentions 7 days a week, or is it Monday to Friday?
7 days. Hello,
7.
everybody. Yes.
Hello, and welcome back from holiday. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just thought I'd highlight this and let people know there is a meeting, but you can also join with the Universal Council, and this is the very same process where the Universal Council invites the Keshe family, Universal Council, and unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. or 9 p.m. CEST or CET time for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So if you're working, if you're driving, if you're changing the baby, or if you're sleeping at that particular time, you can join on the energy level. This is what we haven't quite understood about ourselves that we can operate in this dimension. So you're free to join either one or both if you'd like to. Now, before we take our 5 minutes of using the power of the souls to bring about this dome of peace, I thought we would go back and we will play at this 142 minute is a few seconds before the actual start of this, but Mr. Keshe goes through the situation in Gaza, the situation in the Ukraine, and how the souls that are involved in this process, perhaps they've lost their physicality, are bringing the change. So we're going to take our 5 minutes, or you can do whatever you'd like, but I'm going to help and support all of the souls that are bringing this process. It may be all of the souls who've ever lost their physicality due to wars and conflicts and things like this. But let's just hear this before we take our 5 minutes of silence.
We have developed a technology to block and filter magnetic fields. This is not a stock system. This is a technology where you actually can block magnetic fields. And then you can use the same thing to block certain magnetic field, filter it, and you only see one strength, or given the strength of the fields, is that in the environment or what it is. And what do we see with these new systems? We have tested such a thing very recently. Any other question? Can we finish in 15 minutes? Because I have to be somewhere.
Sure. Okay, a question in YouTube from Freed. You've talked about the supernova power of death. And Freed has a question: how can this be understood in Gaza, where tens of thousands have been deceased? And how about those who were, how about those who murdered?
It's the same. It's not the first time happened. It won't be the last time. But you all go through the same process. Release energies. And some of those are at the strength of those who committed it. And we got to understand, as I said, this 40,000 people plus souls or energies released will bring an end to this culture, and you'll understand why. And they have to do it themselves. They have to do it themselves for themselves to come to an end. And the energy they release is some of it as a strength of the field, because the man who shot the bullet, the man who ordered you can shoot up, the man who made the decision in the Knesset and as the minister, all adds up. You just watch what happened to these people and the way it happens to them. But they have a purpose, and these souls collectively, it's just like when your soul matures, these people collectively, the energy, that magnetic field, and what they call the energy, that magnetic field, and what they call the field of the souls, will bring this position. Depends. It's a very funny situation if you look at Gaza and if you look at Ukraine. It's similar. More people have died in Ukraine than even during the Second World War in this area. Russian talk about 200,000. The Ukrainian side, nobody knows how many. how many mercenary soldiers have died. Nobody knows how many. But when you listen to how it is, how it is the background of these people and how they come to be. If you go to the background of Putin, great-great-grandfather, he's a Jew. He comes from the descendant of Jews. And then a couple of generations before, or whatever, they become Christians. And they become a devout Christians, and we created this war to protect the Christians. But what happened to the people who were setting for this war to create? And what happened to this? Nearly 300,000 estimated have died in Ukraine. The death rate compared to Palestine is 10-15 to 1. We know it because now the Ukrainians are prepared to bring 20,000 prisoners to become warriors. To give them gun to, instead of staying in prison, go and kill. And we know Ukrainians are losing the war because America has put another $2 billion war in. If you're winning, you don't put it in because you're losing and you just pump it in. But Russians have taken the over. We don't hear actually what's happening in the real arena. They only tell us what, but Russia has more or less opened the front. They put millions, billions to cover the northwestern front, and then Russia just walked in. How many lives have lost? We don't know. But these souls in these conditions goes back to the essence of the soul who ordered the murder. Doesn't matter if it's Putin or it's what do you call it, Netanyahu or the rest. They will settle, they will bring an end to, and this is wars of the religions. It's the last, what do you call it, flick of the bird before it goes down. Or the soul's released in Gaza, in others, is all the same. The man who pushed the button pays for it. Go back to the chief. The man who built the gun will pay for it. The man who ordered for the soldier to push the button, and the man who thought of doing that order, all will pay, and the things will change. Any other question?
So let's create the dome of peace and inner calmness and join with these hundreds of thousands or millions and millions of souls who have been lost in these wars over the millennia, let's say, and support them, elevate their souls, and work with them to bring the change. So I'll just put this up again. It started with the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, but now it's extended across. So let's take listen, think of what you just heard about the souls working to bring a balance, the souls that have been lost, and let's work with them. They're already working on the energy dimension to bring the change, and let's work with them. I know it was mentioned earlier about the Iranian government calling for the safety of the leader there, but let's elevate that soul as well. And you can add in whoever you'd like to add into this process. So we can take 5 minutes of silence and we can start now to use the energies of the soul in combination, perhaps even with the souls who have left due to this these wars and these conflicts. Again, not only the recent ones, but over the millennium, because they're working, I believe, to bring the change as well in the totally in the energy dimension. So we'll start now and take 5 minutes. Thank you. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And we see how easy it is working in the dimension of the plasma. You don't have to make a separate GANs. You don't have to make a MagRav system for peace. You can use your own GANs and your own MagRav in a way. And of course, that MagRav is so versatile. It's the same MagRav you'd use for feeding. It's the same MagRav you'd use for traveling. It's the same MagRav you'd use for wellness. So you have the complete package. It's just a matter of opening up this understanding and getting a few more keys of this understanding and applying it. And so I want to thank you all. And we're about to go to Alex now. Thank you, Alex, for joining us. I'm glad you didn't quit the meeting because you had a short stay. But I think we have more than enough time to bring your teaching and entertain some more questions and answers. We're all learning, especially about ourselves. So thank you for joining us, and please take over.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Mark, and thanks for bringing us to this position. We are all entertainers, and I want to thank you all for being here on the very special weekend here in Canada. As you know, this is the most important weekend of the year. I'm really glad that we are represented by all the different continents around the world and understand how important this event is in Canada. It is the May 2-4 weekend. And of course, the reason it's the May 2-4 weekend is because there are 24 bottles of beer in the case. And, you know, this is part of the bragging rights, historical bragging rights that Canada has always had. You know, the difference between Canada and the States is our beer is superior. We have twice as much alcohol as the Americans do. And of course, we're superior in energy production as well, because our fuel cost is twice that of the American fuel cost. So this gives us a lot of reasons to rejoice in Canada. And I thank you all for being here and sharing in this momentous long weekend, as known as the May 2-4 weekend. So we have to get rid of some business here. So I hope you'll indulge us in allowing us to do this. And we'll get into this session very shortly. So please stand by.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you, everybody, for allowing us to do that. And we shall now get into understanding or trying to understand the more important things that we have to work out here. And that is that we are in a different zone. Is it a time zone? Is it an era? Or what is it exactly? This is part of the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. And our zone is in the post-Sanya conference era. The Sanya conference was a watershed moment. Unlike other conferences, it was allowing the user experience to experience the plasma reality. And as you can see, one of the realities, of course, is the ability to produce as much gold as we need. So, and of course, produce it on demand. This is pretty important because financial security and financial stability is essential for world peace. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're just finishing off the basic transition series. Interestingly enough, it's called the Peace Dome. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is May 19th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So I hope you'll please enjoy the trip. It's a continuation of our basic teachings, which we started in 2020. And we are at the last of a set of 6 of what we call the basic transition. We discussed x-axis orbitals, the potentiation of hydrogen, selection, folding deviation. Last week was the transition range. And we're going to discuss the Peace Dome. Most of the members of the Knowledge Seekers team know what the Peace Dome is, but for the record, we have to find out where it is, and maybe better to know where it isn't. So it isn't on the hesitancy highway because that's the lowest energy state. And we understand how life is hard. So we say, well, it gets a lot easier when you get up on the horse, but you know, you got to be careful. You've got to pick the winning horse. And of course, we all want a piece of the action. Is the Peace Dome part of that piece? I wonder. And we've discussed the references to the books of Marintabakuli Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And this is important where we're bringing 3 dimensions of matter together. And so we have the fundamental creation. But in book number 2, we have the structure of light, which has 2 fundamental structures of creation. And there's a link in between the 2. And I say, well, where did the 2 come from? So we look at book number 3 and we look at the origin of the universe and where 1 field becomes 2 fields. And so isn't that interesting? Shouldn't book number 3 be book number 1? Well, understanding that plasma science is a 2-way street, we also have to understand that as the planet that we're on, it has already learned this lesson. It's us who has to learn the lesson, and we've been trying for 326 weeks in a row to understand how 1 planet, 1 nation, 1 race for justice and world peace manifests itself. And so we have to see that there's a collective desire and fulfillment of that desire. And it stems from our search for outer space. Because what we're doing in outer space is trying to get on that plasma highway to share that piece of pie in the sky somewhere. And keep talking about this piece of pie, and it's not that little red spot in the man's universe there, that tiny little perfect world, but it's the spherical shape of the universe. And see the rest of the universe, and we say, okay, well, we travel through the universe on the plasma highway. And how do we get on that? Well, we just left the transmission highway, and we're trying to navigate the transition highway, and then we find that the transition highway is a lot more complicated than we gave it credit for, because we have some understanding that has been always flawed, and that had to do with the universe embodiment range. So we thought that the speed of light was the fastest transmission. And of course, that would only stand to reason if we are in a little tiny perfect world and we look at the rest of the universe and how large it is. How do we get there, and how do we get there in a timely fashion? So We must get there, approaching the speed of light. And if we do, and we see that the universe embodies everything, so maybe the faster we go, the bigger we get. Well, that obviously is not the real reality. We have our own little pie chart where we start to see that in our pie, the speed of light is constant transmission. And then we see that the universe is only 70% hydrogen. Well, is that true? And if that is true, then how do we move around? And how do we know where to go? And, you know, where are we? Are we here or are we there? And, you know, do we have a map? And then what happens beyond? And so we find that the beyond really is beyond our own little MAGRAPH pie chart. And that's still a difficult story. And yet there's a beyond. And beyond to what? Well, this is why we're going through the transmutation preparation sessions. And this month we just had our 5th session. Next month will be the last in this set of 6. Let's call it a 6-pack. So the next session is June the 21st. And everyone can join in. There is a fee and there is no pre-qualification, except to say that desire for peace is fundamental if you wish to be successful. So this week, as a matter of fact, 2 days ago, we had a transmutation shocker as we went on the 5th session. And it was a real failure. I call it the jailbreak failure. The doors were open to the prison, but the prisoners couldn't escape. Now, we are all severely addicted to the lowest energy delivery system. And in that way, even though we were all prepared and ready to go, you know, we suffered a blowout. And it was pretty much a universal failure. We were not able to transmute. And so what does that say about us? Well, we understand our gravitational conformation. Well, why does it have to be so gravitational? And when we look at how the energy is traveled from the sun to the earth and from the earth to the sun, and the combination from and from beyond, and the convergence of all these forces bring us this hydrogen. And we know it's hydrogen because it has a unique fingerprint. We can see it. It's called a spectrum. And so that spectrum is the coming together of forces of energy, antimatter, dark matter, and matter state, as we see on the MAGRAPH pie chart. And so this energy is coming together in the form of what we call principal matter. It comes as an energy pack. It's a nice wrapped up parcel. But inside that parcel are different energy levels. And so we get to select the energy levels. But these energy levels are a two-way street. So we get some energy from the sun, we get some energy from the earth. And since the sun is in motion around the galaxies and the earth is in motion around the sun, and then of course the earth rotates and we rotate right with the earth, and that's a good thing. And yet nothing gets very scrambled unless we start dropping bombs all over the place. But we get oxygen now, and that too is a gravitational confirmation. But the difference between the oxygen and the hydrogen is that the oxygen is highly magnetical. And as such, it really, really contributes to this gravitational format, and we can see it. And it only makes sense. So the oxygen on the periodic table of elements is much stronger, has more mass than hydrogen. So it stands to reason that it would be more gravitational. But this is a unique characteristic that oxygen has, and it's a precursor for life on this planet, because oxygen and hydrogen coming together create water in the form of what we call H2O. And of course, this is the solvent of life, and water is kind of essential for life on this planet. But interestingly enough, if the hydrogen is magnetical and the oxygen is gravitational, and the combination creates a mag-grav condition, well, how can they be round when we have this teeny tiny hydrogen and this big fat oxygen coming together? That doesn't look very balanced to me. But a unique characteristic of the water, it has this capability to shear off one of these electrons, which we call a positive hydrogen ion. And the positive hydrogen, it goes somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where it goes, but we're left with a negatively charged hydroxyl. It's negatively charged because it's lost some positive energy. And it too is seeking to combine with something. So now we have a single hydrogen and a big fat hydroxyl, and they're both seeking. And what they're seeking is to be able to come together with another for the purposes of balancing. This is fundamental for energy and motion. So therefore, the charge is the energy in motion, not the energy itself. So the negative and positive relationship has to do with the direction of flow, where the negative gives and the positive takes. But then we see that if the negative can give and the positive take from itself, that creates a binding. But the energy also, we know, is flowing. So it has two factors. It can flow or it can bind. And so this is the basis of the creation of the universe. It exists from energy, and it's always positive, but because it's always in motion, it has this charge. And so therefore it'll go from one mag-grav position to another mag-grav position. And in that, it has to have a structure in order to be able to do that. And so there has to be a mag-grav condition in the structure of the light so that the energy from one can go to the energy of the other. But is that all the same energy? Is that all the same energy on the same energy level? And if all things are working in combination, then there has to be a balance. But that balance is not achievable. That balance is simply desirable. And in that process, things are constantly moving to that balance point. And so either moving to or moving away from, moving to or away from in one energy level, or moving away and moving to two different energy levels. Regardless, it's seeking a balance. So when we look at the cup of inertia, isn't that what the cup of inertia is? It's a combination of two fields. And in it, what we've done is we've set up a cup where we have a nano-coated copper coil and another nano-coated copper coil and a nano-coated copper plate. So could we say that the two nano copper coils are identical? No, we cannot. Because first of all, they're not in the same position. And that's really all that matters. And then of course, the third one is not a coil, but a plate. And so the combination of these has created a magnetical field and a gravitational field. So with the gravitational field at the core and the magnetical field at the periphery, and this being the cup of inertia. So all of them seem to be nano-coded, and yet there is a process. And we see that we can create other cups of life, such as the cup of emotion and the cup of physicality. And they too have this nano-coding process within. So now we understand that this nano-coding process is part of the monatomic science, different from the atomic science, which is in the physical state. So the monatomic science is the connector between that nebulous point somewhere that represents that core space interacting with our inner space and is representing our emotional strength. But when we think of strength, we think of physical strength. So we have to understand that there's a physical emotion and there's a plasmatic emotion. And then we have to understand that there's a physical strength and a plasmatic strength, because it's a two-way street. And so the nanocoding process is strictly an intermediary. It's strictly a basic transition. And so we transitioned from the cups of life, where we created the physicality, we added salt water, and we really added nothing else. And we ended up producing this GANS radiance manifestation of calcium GANS, copper GANS, zinc GANS, carbon dioxide GANS, amino acid GANS, and water GANS. And so these were all new things that we've created, and now we've added gold GANS. And of course, we can have a GANS of every element on the periodic table of elements. We just have to know how to build these cups, and each of them is a cup of life. But we use the physicality in conjunction with the nanocoding monatomic structure of copper, and we created GANSes of another energy state. And so we find that the basic physicality is all part of the transmission state, the basic transmission state, which involves the x-axis rotation, the y-axis polarity, and the z-axis field strength. So we see the difference in the various field strengths, the various periodic elements, as having different field strengths. So in understanding our basic terminology of transmission, transition, and transmutation, we find that when we delved into the basic transmission, it involved the X, Y, and Z axis. And now we are in the basic transition dimension. And we're still only looking at the X axis. This doesn't make sense. We have 3 dimensions in the basic transmission, and we're discussing 1 dimension in the basic transition. So this only leads us to where we need to go. And so we need to have another dimension, because when 2 forces come together, then you have the beginning of the creation. And when you have one, and then who says that you can't have another? And are they the same? Well, no, they're not. They can't be the same. It is, shall we say, physically impossible. Maybe correctly would be, it's plasmatically impossible. So arbitrarily, one becomes stronger, one becomes weaker. And we don't know which one it is, but when they have a similarity, there might be a point of conflict. And so how can that point of conflict be resolved? Isn't that the question? And so if we are able to deflect that conflict, we can not only dissipate that conflict, but we can create a field where we have a point of containment. And so this is actually very good, because in that point of containment, we can draw more energy and create more things. And when we draw energy, it creates a binding. And this is important because it has a self-serving fulfillment. We need to have that in order to maintain our living condition. our self-serving living condition. But we forget that we were born. And what we remember is how we can steal energy from others. In other words, we become energy binding and therefore self-serving at the expense of others. Well, what about the other point of view? They too want to be energy binding and self-serving. But if you rob them, now they either are going to have a point of conflict with you because you're stealing it, or they're just going to say, well, maybe I'm going to go to something that's weaker and steal that energy. And so it goes, and so it goes. And so we find that this is, how we have come to get used to this field capture, and this is what we see. So this becomes part of our x-axis transition. And we only see this with relationship to the ground that we have. So as we move through this transition zone, we see that we are able to manage a difference in position. So this business doesn't really explain how we can move. So what we have to understand is that the notion of motion is that we have an x-axis rotation around a y-axis of polarity, and the magnitude of the field is the z-axis. And so all of this is moving as a collective, as a unified field. And in the process of moving, it is giving and taking of energy. So we have this field where it gives and moves, and in the process of moving, it can take. And then it repeats, and it keeps on going. And it has to do that in order to keep on going. So we see how the basic motion is happening. And in that process, we see the development that we have other things like Saturn's rings, and these rings are visible. And within the rings, we see visible shadows. But these rings are of a different structure from the body of the planet. And then between the body of the planet and the rings is another gap. So we can rightfully conclude that the gap is as important as what is visible. The gap is as important as the body of the planet, is as important as the rings, as the gap between the rings. Because without the gap, you wouldn't see these things. And then when we look at Jupiter's rings and we look at the side view, well, we have another similar thing. We have a flat main ring and a gossiper ring and a outside ring, and and we have the gaps again. And so it's one ring works like a halo and one ring works like a lens. And it's a two-way street. And so today's discussion is about the peace dome, because the peace dome is somewhere and we haven't decided where it is. But the peace dome is part of your inner space dome, because your inner space is your peaceful place. That's you. That's who you are, whether you recognize it or not, because we're all going through this emotional transformation. So we can understand that when we go to sleep, we go into this dream state, but when we're awake, we're in this man-made state. And then in the meantime, we have all of these intermediary stages like the aminogen and the carbogen and the post-amino acid state. And these are all different transmission states. But the thing is, whether we're in the dream-made world or whether in the man-made world, we carry this responsibility because the rules are the same. And these fields overlap. So they're all working together. How can they work together and overlap? Well, that's the purpose of the gap, isn't it? You have to have this gap so that you have this separation. And so when you look at this potentiation of hydrogen, as we've discussed, it is on a scale of 1 to 14, which represents the difference between the stability and the instability. So it has to do with the potential of hydrogen and its release. So in a complex alkaline state, the hydrogen is bound. But in a simple acidic state, the hydrogen is released. So it doesn't have any more potential. The magnetical hydrogen is not potential energy. It's the gravitational hydrogen that is. And so everything else in between deals with susceptibility. But in the process of releasing the hydrogen, we have to release the oxygen as well, because oxygen and hydrogen both are components of water. And so since the oxygen itself is highly magnetic, highly magnetical, which leads to its gravitational stability, we find that the hydrogen becomes the energy of conversion, and the oxygen becomes the product of the conversion. So the oxygen is either in its liquid state, or in its gaseous state, or in its plasmatic state. And this becomes very important because it's also part of a DNA transcription, you see, because the DNA itself performs differently with different pHs. And so the range, though, is not 1 to 14, but is basically 7.3 to 7.46. And so what you're looking at is what is considered healthy is in a considered alkaline state, and what is considered unhealthy is in an acidic state, except at 7.3, it is in a slightly alkaline state. And in fact, in an anaerobic condition, which means no oxygen, which means it's dead, the DNA is dead and it's flat, it is still in an alkaline state. So clearly the reference has to be made to the environment. And that's why in health, the environment is referred to as the terrain. Isn't that interesting? So all of this allows us to make selections. So we have natural selection, and then we also have man-made regulation. And this is what leads to the confusion, because the question is, who are the chosen ones? And, are the chosen ones the rulers, or are the chosen ones the prisoners? And who does the choosing? Well, I guess we have to answer both of those questions, do we? So when we look at this potentiation of range anomaly, what we find is that whether it is pH of 1 or whether it's a pH of 14, those ranges are extreme. Well, if both ranges are extreme, then what happens at that extreme level? Is what happens at the extreme of 1 the same as what happens at the extreme of 14? Well, no, it's not. The extreme manifests itself in a different Earth space range. And so we have the periodic table of elements. So each and every one of these has navigated through the range of extremes and arrived at its McGrath position, which is not in total balance. It is in a near balance state. In other words, it has a McGrath condition, a balance between the magnetical gravitational field forces of its existence in the physicality, but to maintain that, it is exchanging energy and giving and taking. And, we can say, oh, well, the air moves, and we can say that the water moves, but, does the ground move? Well, it does move with an earthquake, but it doesn't have to be that extreme. The Earth is rotating around the sun, so in that basis, the Earth is moving. So all of the periodic table elements are moving. So these are all part of the Earth-based range details, and each of them are maintaining their own specific MAGRAV condition. And each of them are maintaining it through the process of giving and taking. So we had an opportunity to discuss what is the difference between the plant chlorophyll and the human hemoglobin. And so we see that the structure, the star formation with the nitrogen and the magnesium is similar to the star formation of the nitrogen and the iron in the human hemoglobin. And in fact, on examining the two structures, there's a remarkable similarity. And so whenever there is a difference, and it seems like there's a minimal difference, but it's a difference enough to create a different gravitational condition for the magnesium or the iron, because let's face it, when we look at the magnesium, it has a mass of 12 and the iron has a mass of 26. So clearly in that regard, they're not the same. But what we can say is that the iron is more dense than the magnesium. And so therefore the iron is more gravitational and the magnesium is more magnetical. And so this becomes now a way that we can apply our knowledge when we look at these things and say, okay, which way is the direction of the energy flow and what is transpiring in that process? And then also we have to understand that this is a two-dimensional picture. We have to see that there are 3 dimensions operating here. And we also have to understand that it's not static. The poles themselves flip. So the reason for the flipping has to do with the representation of the giving and taking. So this is a basis not only for how the energy exchanged. When we look at the plant chlorophyll, that would be the blood of the plant, and the human hemoglobin would be the blood of the human. But when we look at the magma, which is the blood of the earth, and we see that the earth, in order to maintain its MAGRAV condition, the energy has to come in and more has to come in. So this is the attraction process of the gravitational force fields, and we call that absorption. But in order to maintain that, it has to emit out, and more energy has to go out. And so this is what we call repulsion through the plasmatic force fields of magnetical repulsion. And so there's a range. There's a range between the core and there's a range between the magnetosphere. And so we find that there's a vacuum in the core and there's a vacuum around the magnetosphere. And so everything else that we have is in between these two. So this becomes the MAGRAV range. And of course, there's a balance, but it isn't perfect. There's a flowing to, there's a growing to balance. There's a movement to balance. So when we look at the potentiation of hydrogen, and we see that pure water should have a pH of 7. But we know that there's water that's acidic and there's water that's alkaline. And so through the process of electrolysis, if we were to split up water, we would find that if we split up the balanced water of 7 and say created a pH of 5, that would be acidic. And then if it would create a pH of 9, which would be alkaline. And the reason for that is 9 and 5 is 14. So the pH scale is always 14. So the total of the water splitting is always 14. So it's constant, which means that when we look at the pH of 7, we have to understand that it is a combination of acid and alkaline, and the total is 14. And so it is in perfect balance. And well, isn't that one of the reasons the water is transparent? I guess it could be. But when you look at the materialization selection of other things, like for instance, gold and copper and oil, and we find that generally speaking, they're location specific, right? That they all gather together in the same location, and yet the Earth is rotating all the time. Well, how do we achieve this location positioning? So a lot of the factors have to do with our neighbors. And so when we look at the position of the copper, and we see that that's in Chile, and the position of the gold, and that's in Indonesia, and the position of the oil, and that's in the Middle East, and there's a reason for that. And even though the Earth is floating around all the time and rotating at a high speed, it all seems very well organized, doesn't it? So we have to understand that there's energy flowing all the time. And so this is all part of the two-way transmission. So we talk about 2 dimensions and two-way streets and 2 directions and 2 sizes, 2 variables, 2 lanes. And so we always have these 2 selections. And this is how we're looking at not just the x-axis dimension, but the y-axis dimension. But we also have to look at how the x-axis dimension travels on the y-axis dimension. And if that is sounding confusing, well, we have to understand that when we look at these relationships, they can be on the same level or between the levels. So let's say, for instance, if we're looking at MAGRAV relationship, which is a balance between magnetical and gravitational force fields, and we look at the scientific community, well, there's a balance between the conservation of magnetical fields versus the conservation of energy. And then how does that relate to the spiritual community? Well, the spiritual community has to deal with the spirit and the soul. And so there's a balance of energy between those two. And so magnetic fields balance energy fields, and the spirit balances the soul, but the scientific community balances the spiritual community. And you say, well, what are the fundamental parts of these relationships? And so we see that the plasma science is what's adding to the knowledge and explaining how this is all working together. Because what we do know is that the conservation of energy is that energy can neither be created nor be destroyed. It's only from one form of energy to another. And so even when we look at the pH scale, we see, well, there's an initial kinetic energy and initial potential energy. Well, that's good, but the add those two together is equal to the final kinetic energy and the final potential energy. And all the energies in between. So as the kinetic energy diminishes and the kinetic energy, the final increases, then we find that it's inverse with the potential energy, but it's always in balance and it's always constant. Isn't that strange? It's always constant. So the acid plus the alkaline always totals 14, and the potential and the kinetic is always constant, but the acid is oily and the alkaline is wet. And so we find that gravity seeks density, and oxygen is more dense than hydrogen, and the combination of the two always comes out to a pH of 14, whatever it is. So it has the capability of taking other things into account. And the ability to take these into account affects the susceptibility of the potentiation of strength. So we find that the alkaline water is stronger and the acidic water is weaker. And when we look at the relationship, we find that the gravitational is stronger and the magnetical is weaker. And so this is just a reference point, not a commentary. It's a point of reference between the initial potential and the final potential. So there are sequence orders. we see the gravitational feedback, which is part of the attraction, and the magnetical feeding, which is part of the repulsion. And we, as the last man standing, make those choices. We have to make those choices. We can't abdicate them. No, they're our choices, because we can turn on and turn off the feeding. We can increase and decrease the strength, and we can enhance or diminish the positioning. So we do this because the stronger feeds the weaker. You don't demonstrate your strength by how much you pound your fist on the table. And that's where the problem lies. So when we look at the speed of light and we say, well, that's constant, and we know that it's constant because we say, well, we have different lights. Yeah, but each of them has a relationship between the wavelength and frequency. And when you balance those out, you find that the speed of light is constant. So the pH is constant, the relationship is constant, the energy is constant, the speed of light is constant. So if all of these things are constant, well, how do we get this variety? So we can see that the variety has to come together with the approach to balance. The approaching to balance or the deviation from balance, not the achievement of balance. So in other words, the balance is virtually unachievable. So, and our proof of the speed of light being constant is because of the different frequencies. So if we want to have a higher frequency around a particular pole, then we have to have a smaller diameter. Because if the speed of light is constant, then the distance it travels over time is constant. So by shortening the distance, in other words, shortening the radius of the cycle, we increase the frequency. And that's why the blue light is gravitational and the red light is magnetical, right? So they are all part of the whole structure. They are part of the whole structure. What part is part of the whole? Well, that's all dependent on the selection process. And this is what we're saying. So when we have the selection process, then we have these different layers. So if we were to select 4 on the pH scale, then we would select 10. There's a selection right away. 10 and 4 is 14. But if we chose 6, then we would have to choose 8. 6 and 8 being 14. So the selection in either case would exclude 5 or 9. So this is pretty important in order for us to understand how energy is converted. So we have different layers. These are all different potentiation layers. And so think of it as a zipper. If you were to pull down the zipper, and as you get towards the extremes, you find that the lower you go on the acid side, the higher you have to go on the alkaline side to balance everything out. And so then the question becomes is, well, how do we move from one pH to the other pH? And this is where the transmission comes in. So when we look at Dino Kraspedon's mathematic equations, and we see that God is a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves, we find that each axis has to take its own direction and its own position, and it has to work perpendicular to each other. So you find that every time this happens, there is a bend in the road. And so when these bends in the road come, we find that the energy is created due to surface to volume ratios. And so we see when we have 2 dimensions, we have 2 positives, 2 negatives and 1 positive. And when we have 3 dimensions, well, we have 3 negatives and 3 positives. Well, 1 bend, and we created 2 more positives. That's terrific. That's a really good deal. And so if we create the 3 bends, well, we go from one point to the other point. And we find that this makes a charge connection. And then if we add another, and that makes a connection, now we can attract two. So we have a path, and we have a link, and we have a connection. And we find that we now have more. What was the basic x-axis transmission has now included another x-axis transition. And this is what we see when we look at the fatty acid chains, how the amino acids link up to produce fatty acids. And so we look at these bends in the road. But the thing about these bends is that they are not just two-dimensional bends, they actually rotate. Then the question becomes is, which direction do they rotate and which direction do they bend? And so a lot has to do with the nearness and proximity to the neighbors. And what neighbors are they? And then what is the potentiation of your existence? And what is the potentiation of the neighbor's existence? And how do they work together? So we see that there's a correlation between the two. And then we see that there's a dynamism that happens where we have, your basic omega-6 fatty acids have two bends and omega-3 fatty acids have three bends. And we find that these are what we call essential fatty acids. And the reason that they're essential is because they're essential for cell building. And in the process of doing that bending, we see the evolution of this nanobiology, which involves the crossing over and the deflection and the twisting. And in that twisting, based on the pH, we either see a tightening or a coiling, and then also a residual manufacture of tunneling. And then within that tunneling, we can see a tightening and a coiling as well. And so all of these things are manifestation of energy packs in motion. So this is all part of the nanobiology, which we understand that these are all part of the energy parceling units, which are energy packs in motion. Well, how do they travel? How do they twist? How do they convey energy? And so we find that they have to constantly flip. And as they flip 90 degrees, and it creates a twisting. And then they flip and give energy, and then they twist, and then they give energy and twist, and give energy and twist. Every time they twist, they take. So it's a give and take and give and take and give and take. And so because of the difference between the hexagonal gravitational structure and the pentagonal magnetical structure, we see that there's a charge gradient. And so opposite charges attract. So clearly, it's the attraction and the repulsion which causes the twisting susceptibility. And so we see that is in the structure of protein. And we found that in the discussion of the structure of DNA, we find that the DNA is the same in all of our cells. And yet I have a left thumb and I have a right thumb. How can the DNA be the same? So the DNA is not the deciding factor. And then we find the viral RNA history. And we find that there's a folding process that goes on. And so we find that the virus is a folding facilitator, and it folds the amino acids into a protein. But we find that there isn't just one virus. There are different viruses with different characteristics, but they work together and they create a structural unit. So if we understand charge, we see that the orientation of the folding changes the charge. And since we have different viruses, we have different orientations. And it is these orientations which allows for the uniqueness of the structure and the variety. And so when that comes together, that structure then creates a chain. And so the process has to begin again until another chain is created. But that chain has to do with the feeding of the RNA, which feeds the DNA, and then the mRNA, which feeds back to the DNA. So there's two. There's two feeding paths. So we have an RNA feeding path, which is part of the feeding state, and we have an mRNA feedback, which is part of the feedback state. And in between, we have the matogen state, which is adapting. And so we know that the DNA will adapt with the pH and change in the pH terrain. So it'll either contract or expand, and it'll either be healthy or dead as a doornail. And so when we look at how things are working together, we have to decide, is that a reflection or is that an illusion? Well, this is where the peace dome comes in. The peace dome is shielding us. It helps us with the selection of the RNA feeding. But we have another dome that's shielding us from the mRNA feedback. And the reason for that is because we have this matogen reflection state. So the reflection is between the RNA feeding and the mRNA feedback. And what is happening is a constant seeking balance, moving towards balance, not achieving zero balance, but on the road to balance in the giving and taking of energy. And this is what makes life so wonderful. We have this matogen reflection state, which balances both fields. And so this becomes part of what we call the folding transmission. In other words, it's the motion of the folding position. Once the position is assumed, the folding position as a position that becomes the mainstay and the precursor for the next folding position. So the second folding position has to move. And then once that is maintained, then the third folding position has to move. And so what you see is the beginning of the overall folding, repositioning, rotation, and the road to balance, this part of this folding transmission. So if we want to increase the susceptibility, then we have to go through this transmission transition. So the transition becomes the transmission susceptibility. And we can transition to a pH of 5 or a pH of 6. But understand that when we create one, automatically there's a creation of another. We don't necessarily know where it is. It could be on the lower x-axis transmission, or it could be on the higher x-axis transmission. But the higher x-axis transmission has gaps. So it could be in the gaps. And when we look at what happens with the gaps, and we see that in the pH of 5, we have a lower pH and a higher pH, and each step up is an order of magnitude. But when we get to the extreme, either the bottom of the stairs or the top of the stairs, we have to change into a different pH. We have to bridge that gap. So the bottom of the higher pH is actually a higher than the lower pH at its high point. So it isn't just being at the top of the stairs. And you know that. If you go to the top of the stairs from the first floor to the second floor, you only get to the bottom of the stairs going to the third floor. Doesn't that make sense? But what we're doing here is we're on the same level. So we're going from a lower pH to a higher pH, and this is part of our susceptibility. It doesn't answer the question, how do we choose that susceptibility? It just shows that there is a susceptibility. So we see that this folding deviation is resolved. You choose one select pH, it automatically gives you the other. So different viruses have different folding, and of course, different folding causes different organs. So now we understand how the variety is created. And now we understand that it's not from the DNA. The DNA is just basically your blueprint. But the blueprint is the same for everything. So it is not the deciding factor. It is the RNA. And the RNA that we see is not the deciding factor. That is the feedback. The RNA that is deciding the factor is the RNA in its energy pack form, which we call the virus. And so that becomes part of the standard deviation. And so we see that we can go to a higher level through the x-axis transition from the lower transmission. But we have these gaps. And so it kind of defines our range. And as we try and structure each of these, and we take into account how each one is created, it doesn't answer the full question, because there's no accounting for starting at one point and ending at the other point, because they're all the same. If they're all the same, then where's the deviation? Where is the variety? Where is the determining factor? So there is an unseen factor. But wait a minute, even that unseen factor is the same in each. Well, maybe we have an unseen transmission susceptibility of the x-axis, and we have an unseen transition susceptibility of the x-axis. In fact, maybe our range goes beyond the range of what we are thinking about. Maybe what we're seeing here is the monatomic folding range. Maybe what we're seeing here is only the nanocoding that's only one stairway up. And in that nanocoding process, we are able to create ganses of every element of the periodic table of elements within this range. But the physicality of the periodic table of elements within this range are physical. What we created in the cups of life is GANs. which is of a higher range again. So when we look at this water creation transition, and we see that the water in its liquid form is water. But water is not, all water is not just water. Water has a characteristic. So we know it has a pH change. And in that pH change, that's a potentiation of hydrogen. So that becomes part of the pH transmission, right? So when you pick one pH, you automatically pick another. So you have this water creation transition. But that's the transition range that we seem to account for in our everyday life. What we don't take into account is this peace dome transcendence, because this peace dome transmission comes from beyond. This peace dome transmission contributes to the creation of hydrogen, which contributes to the creation of oxygen, which contributes to the creation of the universal solvent of life on this planet known as water. So the condition under the peace dome is the condition that gives us the differentiation of life on this planet. So the same environment for this planet is creating different species. So the environment, the Earth space, is overlapped by our environment, which is the man space. And then, of course, we have all the vertical people space. And then hidden in is all the horizontal people space. And all of these are overlapping. And they're all under this peace dome that has offered us a capability of differentiation. And it's manifest all of this physicality. So therefore, the peace dome itself creates an attraction field. And in that attraction field, we create the magnetical characteristic of oxygen, which is highly gravitational. And so through the creation of the hydrogen, we have the air that we breathe and the water that we drink. So this becomes part of the universal solvents of life on this planet. And since that is the condition, then this peace dome is what creates this attraction field. And with that attraction field, it attracts the soul of the man, which attracts the soul of the body, which attracts the soul of the physicality to the environment of the soul of the earth, which has already been attracted because it has created the soul of the body of the earth. And then this peace dome becomes the attraction point for all the transitory souls that are traveling throughout the universe that don't have this capability of manifestation in the physicality. But what we do have is the attraction of the souls of the vertical people and the souls of the horizontal people. And we also have the peace dome attraction of the souls of the universal community. Because the universal community wants us to make that jailbreak. But we don't understand the negative charge principle, where the negative gives and the positive takes. And so the energy can be flowing or binding. And it is not something that you do physically. The energy packs come as a charge gradient. And then they come in a gradient charge. And this affects the lifespan. So when we look at the two things that we see with respect to our medical, which is deciding the difference between filterable things like bacteria and non-filterable things like viruses, we see that the characteristic of bacteria being orders of magnitude larger than viruses, being aerobic or anaerobic. So that has to do with oxygen, or viruses, which are dependent on a host. They're transferred from host to host. So what does that mean the bacteria does? Well, the bacteria keeps the host alive. But if the host is no longer alive because the terrain has changed to an anaerobic condition, then the bacteria digests the host. And so there's no host left. And we know this is true because the mortality rate amongst morticians during the pandemic was the lowest of all. So we see the host manifestation is due to the folding, and it causes energy depletion, you see, because the physical is at a lower energy state. So there has to be an energy reduction. And that manifestation causes energy absorption, because now that energy is in the gravitational state. And then we can get into extremes. But we can undo these extremes by going back to the peace dome. Because we see that if we allow the extremes to continue, then that deviation, which is essential for folding, becomes degeneration. And the repulsion, which is essential for magnetical feeding, turns to revulsion. So they're both extremes, but they're not the same. One in the magnetical lacks absorption, and one in the gravitational creates a different kind of folding decay. So the range transition modification supersedes genetic modification. So the range transition modification is plasmatic, and the genetic modification is physical. And so this is important for us to understand, because in the application of a conditional effect on unconditional targets leads to targeting failure. The feeding of the human condition is unconditional. As soon as you start to apply conditional effects, you lead to limitations, shall we say, in growth, in health, and quality of life. And so this is our feedback summary. What we see is the light. What we hear is the sound. We feel the heat and the pressure, and we admire the luster, the superficiality. But within it, we see there's a laminar containment. And so all of this is part of the x-axis transmission dimension transition. And it's the dominance of the man-made range that causes the deviation. So we find that in our feedback, the conscious awareness overrides the unconscious awareness. And if that sounds contradictory, that is to say that the unconscious awareness is not aware? No. The unconscious is always aware. Hello, remember, you were born. How did you do that? So when we look at fear and the potentiation of fear anomaly, we find that the terrorist fear is man-made. And then man also says, well, you need to be God-fearing. Oh, wait a second, those are two extremes. why would you be God-fearing if it was God-made? So if your wish is for freedom, love, and world peace, then you have to understand that the potentiation of fear is the difference between the fearlessness of God-made and the fearfulness of man-made. And so, yes, this disappointment that we had on Friday with respect to the transmission training failure is the fearfulness. Because the peace dome has an intention. And the peace dome intention is a return to balance, trying to achieve the balance. And in that process, it does other things. And so there's a return to sender. There's a return to intention. There's a return to creation. There's a return to the creator. And the peace dome is a representation of the earth space intention. So accounting for the x-axis transmission, transition, elevation is from that one step beyond the peace dome intention. That the peace dome intention filters everything to allow the accounting for and the return to balance. So within our transmission spectrum, we are susceptible to the non-visible viral spectrum orbitals. So what we see is the transition of visible transmission spectrums. And there's a spectrum to spectrum susceptibility. So within that range, we're looking at the surface superficiality versus the internal substance. So the surface superficiality is physical. The substance is plasmatic. The physical is gravitational. And the plasmatic is magnetical. And wherever you are in that point of containment, well, that's where you are. And we are in this visible point of containment. And so beyond that is one step. But then you get to the extremes. And that's another step in both directions. It doesn't end there. So when we're looking at these transmission orbitals, we find that we have an antenna. This is the communication antenna, and it has to stay within this range transition. And all the time, there's a release of binding energy, and that precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy. So the field release has to precede the field capture. The giving always has to precede the taking. The emission has to precede the absorption. This is all part of motion, and motion cannot exist without coexistence, because motion is a product of this coexistence. Motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. So one state, the plasma dominant, requires a tuning, and that precedes the physical dominant state, which also likewise requires a tuning. So the range transition is by nearness and proximity and not distance. Has nothing to do with distance. So when we look at the peace dome orbitals, and we see that man has a peace dome, but the orbital is not man space centric. The Earth space has a peace dome, but that peace dome is not Earth space centric. The sun space has a peace dome, but it interacts with the Earth space to create the peace dome of the Earth space. And there, the containment is dimension-centric. The proximity is dimension-centric. The nature of the pressure is dimension-centric. 3 transmission dimensions. And on that rides a message. And how is that message contained? It all depends on which transmission dimension is the folding deviation. The accountability of that is range transition centric. So when we're looking at the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship units, this is part of the food energy delivery system, the drug energy delivery system, the addiction energy delivery system. It's a message delivery system by messenger. So the energy delivery is by transmission selection. You take what you need without intermediaries, and you facilitate standard folding deviation so you can change range transition criteria. And all we need to do is to gain the access to the Peace Dome delivery system. The Earth has already provided that for us. So we have to understand what is the role of man and what is our ability to create things that are man-made. Understanding the difference between the vertical and the horizontal systems. And how do we target outer space when we don't understand the targets of our reality dimension, which is in between the materialization and dematerialization state, which is based on the gravitational magnetical relationship. So here we are in this gravitational Earth space seeking to go into some magnetical some space, which of course is also gravitational. How do we get there? We have to have the courage and the trust in understanding the difference between the different matter plasma dimensions. So we see that the physical is highly gravitational and it binds us. It's part of the feedback and it dominates us. It's the plasmatic feeding that is elusive. So we have to understand that our manifestation is actually working as an antenna, and there's a message feeding and there's a message feedback. It's all part of the manifestation, and we can tune this. So the transmission is tuned by its transition. You select one and it's balanced by the force selection of another. It's automatic. And that resulting selections feed manifestation. And the selection manifestation is predetermined by choosing the Peace Dome of intention. You don't force it. The range transition affects standard folding deviation. So the message manifestation comes to and from the Peace Dome. We do that with fearlessness, with trust. And we have to understand it. That's why we were born. We were born with fearlessness. We were born with trust. And so when we look at the Keshe Space Plasma research teams trying to come together to learn more about the limitations of our understanding of our own existence on this planet, because we are in the post-March 15th era of 2024. We have new selection choices, a new selection process. We have to understand that we are inherently in that inner graceful space under the Peace Dome. And what we're doing there is only part of our Earth space. We need to be able to transcend to that transmutation space, the outer space. And we have been broadcasting for 530 weeks, seeking the greater oneness to transcend the limitations of the nuclear science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. We're learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. And you see that it requires a world peace treaty. It requires you to sign it with intention, with sincerity, with your heart, with your soul, and also with a pen and display it so and be proud to do that. Is man the reactor of a three-dimensional universe? And can man find heaven through the field transition? Can man go into outer space without a peace dome? I don't think so. Mining the orbitals of the three dimensions of truth, that's what we're about. And we have to stay within the ranges of standard deviation. Aligning the inner space message, range of transition of the physical transition and physical transmission dimensions. Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of today's lesson, but it is also the end of the basic transition series. So I hope you enjoyed that, and thank you all for participating.
And thank you, Alex, again and again for continuing to deliver this understanding of the knowledge for all of us to go deeper within ourselves or understanding things. And I'm sure everyone has taken different things from the teaching. But let's open it up, hoping the participants will have some questions. I never realized that the energy in Canada is twice the cost of energy in the United States. What is the reason for all that? Government taxes or supply and demand? What obviously markets are being manipulated, I would think. Why such a difference or twice the price of energy? I've always heard that about Europe, that they had a much more expensive energy, at least at the petrol stations. What's the reason for Canada's excessive energy cost? If you
Well,
know.
as an energy producer, I would say no reason, but what do I know? See, if you, it came up in the United States that there was supposed to be a 50 cent per gallon tax on, I don't know, environment tax or something. I don't know what it was. Just pick a reason. Any reason will do, as long as it's a 50 cent per gallon tax. And of course, that was a shocking revelation for a lot of Americans. And so if you do the calculations, well, you still only half the price of Canadian gas. So even with the 50 cent increase, there's, I don't know, it's time for this game to end. I know one thing, that if you ever drive to the capital, like in obviously in the US, it's Washington. I don't know what it's like there, but if you go to Ottawa, it has the lowest price of gas in all of Canada. So our political leaders are always, immune to the sticker shock at the pumps. Well, they probably don't even have to pay for their gas, but I mean, it's just on the way to Parliament, they can see a reasonable price, and sometimes it's 10 to 15 cents a liter less than it is in the rest of Canada. And that amounts to about 60 cents a gallon Canadian. That's just a difference. And it'll be close to $1 a gallon in US terms. So that's not the difference between Canada and the US. That's just the difference between Canada, where I live, and Canada and in the nation's capital. So, how do you justify that? It's also, Canada is the highest polluter, and we pay the highest carbon tax, which is rolled into the energy cost as well. how is that possible when China is the world's worst polluter? And we know that because the reason that China is, anxious to get into the plasma science is because their population is suffering from the pollution and it's becoming a national catastrophe. So this is what happens when a government is looking after the welfare of their people. They are trying to bring in the kind of technology which will improve the quality of life. I'd say that's a normal process.
Well, I think the rest of Canada should switch suppliers to the one they're using in Ottawa.
Well, when
That was kind of just an aside. On
yeah,
the
no, I
lighter
know
side.
well, you're trying to be logical, right? I mean, it is the May 2-4 weekend. I mean, you have to understand that, that's another reason for the price of gas to go up, right?
Gosh. This is like the Roman circus or Bread circus. Every week you're having a new holiday up there.
Well, every week is the May 2-4 weekend in
Right,
Canada. So
right.
you know that,
That they
okay.
survived another week. I've often thought about the magma. You mentioned magma and these flowing rivers underneath our feet. And, the magma is about 2,000 degrees to 3,000, 2,500 or something. I don't know exactly. But why is that never considered in the, obviously heat rises. We know the temperature of the earth is about 55 year round. If you go down about 5 or 6 feet, why has that never been, and that energy must come up to the surface and then released into the atmosphere. That seems like a huge amount of energy or heat flowing under our feet. It's never been attributed to any sort of warming or anything like that. I was just thinking about the magma, but 2,000 degrees, 2,500 degrees is pretty warm.
Like you say, with the warm air rises, and yet we have snow on the top of the mountains. So, oh yeah, these are all, very, very good questions. So, we know that the heat retention of density is increased. So when you're looking at Chinese ancient ovens, you find that the chimney flow actually is directed underneath the floor.
Okay.
And the floor is made of concrete.
Yes, we've seen that with some of Gianni's creations with the rocket stove and things where he actually routes the discharge, the exhaust, through a sort of a concrete bench or pile of sand that's within the dwelling. And they're extracting as much heat out of that as they can.
Right. So that design is illegal in Canada. That is a violation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Even with a double-walled pipe?
As a matter of fact, yes, it has to exit the building. Yes. It also saying likewise for greenhouses. Yes. The exhaust from a propane heater has to be exhausted to the outdoors.
Now, I thought I'd bring up something here. Let me just share the screen and then you can take it back.
Go ahead.
Yeah. It was again about the pain pen. And I was thinking of this Lusht harvesting. I've had the pain pen work for me at times, and other times it hasn't worked on a toothache, for example. And is this part of this Lusht harvesting? I mean, I didn't want to have the pain that I'm aware of, but he seems to be saying here, you can pinpoint the pain as long as it's not a physical damage there. But he says, those of you who didn't get it or nothing changed, it's the same as the pain pen we sell because that pain stays there. because you need it to be there. Because of it, you can confirm your existence. You don't want it to go. And that, you mean we can block it? Is that what's happening with the pain pen? In other words, I have a backache,
Yeah,
so
as-
I'm
it-
telling
it-
everybody about my backache and I'm actually harvesting energy and I like that, but yet I'm keeping the pain at the same time? That,
There you go, asking two questions at the same time. So
yeah,
the loose
go
harvesting is
ahead.
the robbing of energy from someone else. Okay, the life force energy is the loose energy, and you're
So,
stealing that from someone else.
so by telling someone else all my aches and pains and all my infirmities, this is a loose harvesting?
In a sense, yes. But the thing is it's also up to the other person to shield themselves, so they don't leak. Okay, if they just the fact that you're sucking energy doesn't mean that they have to give it. Okay, the loose harvesting is when you abuse. Okay, so through torture, terrorism, fear mongering, that type of thing. Okay, that's loose harvesting because you're doing it against the will of the person and they can't shield themselves from it in that manner. But as far as a failure of the pain pen to eradicate the pain because you are enjoying the pain, it's a form of confirmation, and this is exactly the point. This is what's led to us with the transmutation training failure. All of us were reluctant to leave, and the reason for it is we were just like a sports team sitting in the dressing room all ready to go. And then finally the coach comes in and says, oh, yeah, okay, the game's ready to start. And everybody goes out and says, we're going to be transmuted now. Well, no, you're not, because the transmutation process is not on the physical plane. That's the problem. We become plasma dominant. So, even yours truly here, it was a flaming failure. But, what you have to do is cater to your genuine intent, and you have to trust it and do it in a fearless way. We have been conditioned that the source of the pain is the point of reference. What we have to understand is the point of pain is a manifestation of a source that is unidentified. The place where you feel the pain may not be where the pain originates from. It may not be the place where you need the relief.
But it just seems a hard way to go to live with pain every day, but.
No. What we're saying here, okay, let me take it to a higher stage here.
Go right ahead.
The point being is that when you talk about abuse, there is abuse from others, and there's also self-abuse. But abuse is abuse. And that abuse comes from a internal point of conflict where either in terms of self-abuse, you're allowing that, or in terms of abuse from others through your position. You're in an abusive relationship and you insist on staying there. Well, guess what? You're going to continue to get abuse. Are you able to change it? Well, you would have to put up a very strong shield, but that gets tedious as well. So sometimes the best solution, if you hurt your head by banging against the wall, the best solution is to stop banging your head against the wall, and then the pain will go away on its own. And this is what I'm saying about the pain pen. You may be having an internal conflict which is manifesting itself in a physical pain in a certain part of the body. And so your positioning of the pain pen is misguided, is shooting at the wrong target, if you will. And this is where the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is providing the solution, because it is providing all the energy that you need. You just take what you need. But since it is targeting the soul, it's not asking the physicality what it needs. It's asking the soul what it needs, because the soul is getting the feedback. And the soul sees that the physicality is not getting what it needs for whatever reason. So by providing all the energy, it allows the soul to select, and it doesn't discriminate in terms of, well, today we're going to give to the liver and tomorrow I'm going to give to the spleen. It doesn't work that way. It provides energy to all the parts of the body that need it. And if there is a resistance, that resistance needs to be fed and dissolved and diminished. So in some points, we have to give energy because there's a lack, needs a supplementation. And in other areas, we have to drain that binding energy to untangle the convoluted field flows that are going through there. It's like a traffic jam. You just basically have to get in a police officer in there to direct the traffic, okay, and just say, let's get everything flowing. So you become that facilitator. And this is the difference between forcing and facilitating. Okay, between the creation through acceptance and the creation through denying. All the denying does is it creates a field of abuse. And we have to understand that the universe is providing unconditionally. It's the peace dome, which has already filtered everything that we don't need. And so that peace dome is unconditional for 8 billion people around this planet, including the vertical and horizontal people, which are not included in that number. So all of those souls are being fed unconditionally through the filtering of the peace dome. So if we want to enhance that peace dome, then, we have to feed the peace dome what it is that we want. And there's too many of us who are sucking the energy and not giving the energy. And so the manifestation of the pain is that gravitational sucking.
Yes, Stefania has put in the chat, the fact you have pain confirms you exist. Plus you bring attention on yourself. It's like addiction. I just want to add this to Alex's great explanation. Thank you, Stefania.
Oh yeah, thank you, Stefania. Thanks for being here.
Oh, you're welcome. Good evening, good morning, or good afternoon. You're welcome. Yeah, just want to add very shortly, because you said everything very well anyway, Alex. So thank you. Also pain, because people, then it become, so for example, you have pain and that confirm you exist. And then you also created attention on you. So people will start to treat you differently. We start to have extra care. So all these things, you get addictive to it. And then you start to see yourself with the pain. So you also recognize that has become home. So as time goes by, you are become that, you with pain. So when they take the pain away from you, sometimes you can lose your identity. So some people prefer to have the pain than lose the image of what about themselves. So there is a lot of stuff, but I saw many times in my profession where you give a solution to the person, to the problem, and they get better, and then they prefer to stay in the pain because they will not have all the attention they would have without, you know. So it's
That's,
also
I remember Mr. Keshe talking about the condition of the blind girl, and apparently they corrected the condition and the girl wanted to go back to be blind. And this is just unfathomable to me. But he explains it as she was getting so much more attention. She missed that attention she was getting from everybody, or the sympathies or whatever.
Well,
So,
Mark,
yeah,
I find that when at this point that Stefania brought up, you know, when I address that point, I find that I begin to get relief from that pain immediately. You know, because the for the majority of us, we don't realize we have the pain for that reason. Once that comes into play, and you say, oh, you know, I mean, you really have to be honest and you know, brutal with yourself. You know,
yeah.
you have to say, hey, are you really, you know, enjoying this pain? Are you really keeping that pain for that reason? I mean, is that really the truth? And you know, when you ask yourself that question, and since you're asking yourself, you can't lie to yourself. So, you know, you can try, but I guarantee you will fail. And then so if you're, well, yeah, I'm going to be truthful. I don't want that pain. And so why am I creating that pain? And then when you ask that question, even though you can't come up with a tangible answer, just the fact that you answer that question suddenly starts to draw energy away from that binding action. And I didn't realize, well, because I was not clairvoyant. I had a clairvoyant explain to me that you know how people lay hands on and they touch you in
Oh,
a
sure.
spot that relieve the pain. Well, this clairvoyant was relieving pain without touching you. And what they would do is they would take these field forces that were going through your aura, and the aura is a representation of your interaction with the environment. And all they would do is they would look at the binding. You know, it would be like a ball of wool, you know, all wound up, you know, and they would just massage it. They wouldn't unravel. They wouldn't unravel the string. They would just massage it and kind of, you know, the way you make dough, you know, so say you have a lump of pizza dough and you need to flatten it out to make the pizza pie.
You
So
need to need it. Yes.
you need to knead it. Oh, this is so good. Yes, very good. Though that's what you do. You knead out the binding. And I said, well, how does that work? Well, because the energy flow is disrupted by the physical there's a physical resistance. There's a physical interference. And say, because I didn't understand that the binding of the aura was a feedback of the physical resistance. But if you understand that the physical resistance is a manifestation of the plasma energy and our interaction with it. So we create the pain. So the pain that we create becomes visible. This is the thing that I had so much difficulty in understanding because I was brought up in the system and I had faith in the system. And I figured if you're paying through the nose, like I paid $208,000 for cancer treatment, I'm dealing with experts. They were experts in draining my bank account. And I let them. It was my fault.
So in certain circumstances, you're saying if you explain to a person that perhaps they're holding on to this for attention, I think most of them would walk away from you, even though that may be the truth of the matter. They
Yeah,
would be
because
so
I am
repulsed by you saying that they're not
exactly.
faking it in a way, but they're not releasing it either, or they don't want to release it. It's almost
It's
like a
about
badge of honor.
Yes, exactly. Go ahead, Stefania.
sorry, no, interrupt. Sorry, because Mark was spoken. It's again, it's all we stand on. It's self-responsibility. So the difference is from someone who recovering, someone who surviving, someone who get rid of something is the very action of doing something, self-responsibility. So a lot of time people end up to be in pain, but then very few, they will take the responsibility, like Alex just explained, of turning to a learning experience and then get rid of the pain, because exactly what you said just now about the dynamics movement, you know, and the all different fields. In fact, is a fact this, any pain will diminish the moment you focus on a movement, any movement, can be eye movement, can be toes movement. And it's exactly because what Alex said, if you change the fields, suddenly the pain is gone. So it's a law. It's not maybe it's a way to diminish pain through movements because you change the fields. So and a lot of time where the problem is, like Alex said, it's not where the pain is. So you will have people with, for example, with 3, 4, 5 herniatic disc, but have no pain. And then you will have, so there are so many things where the structure, a lot of time, it's not really where the problem is. So by changing perception, by start to just introduce movements or the pain just goes. Yes, so I just want to add this. So I think it's addiction, like food, like every addiction that we have. So you get addictive to pain, or you prefer give responsibility to somebody else and not dealing with. But the moment you dealing with, usually it goes, unless, you know, yeah, this, I just want to share this.
Right, and you see this in your work probably on a weekly basis because you're involved with this, but why are people asking for help if they want to keep their pain? Is that a way to legitimize it? Oh, I tried this, it didn't work. I tried that, it didn't work. Nothing works for me. I'm
You
still
can
in pain.
give them the tools. So, for example, you give them the tools to solve the problems, and you see they don't. So, so in that moment, you know, they prefer to be in pain. Otherwise, there would not be any other reason. But as I said, for many people, there are many facets. Some identifying themselves with that pain. So if you take off the pain, so for example, I had a situation where a person was told, no, impossible, you cannot improve. And she improved very, very fast. For her, it was a shock. So had to, she preferred, and someone said to her, you have to, don't do this. And it was something she's really liked to do. And the pain will go. And she prefer actually do what she liked instead to. So there are many things why someone, but I really believe it's like addictions things. And then you will find, yeah, this is my opinion. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
but
They can report the pain, but we don't really know what's cooking in that pot, as they say. sometimes,
Yes,
yeah, and you see it, you're a regular involved with this, I think, in some of your sessions.
that's why you cannot help unless they ask you. This is a mistake I do.
Good point, good
You
point.
help unless they, because you interfere with their path. And then you, so it's always, so that is one rule you should never offer. And when I do offer, it's always going wrong because the person was not ready.
Good point. I hadn't considered that often. You know, we have the solution, but you need to wait for the person to actually ask for it. When you force it, it definitely won't work most of the time, I'd say.
Because you have to help
Point.
with
Yeah.
wisdom. Wisdom has to be with help. Otherwise, you make a mess. You think you help, but you don't help. Sorry about all.
No, thank you. Thank you for stopping in.
Oh, no, that's great. Thank you.
We had a couple members of the Universal Council here today. I think Elizabeth was here as well. What's happening in the Keshe Foundation store? Alex, if you want to take the screen back, fine.
Okay, I guess.
What's happening in our store? Mr. Keshe says it should be shutting down, but what's going to replace that? But at the same time, he's looking for people to supply or add on to their current businesses and put some of these devices in, and there'll be more, he said, when the bigger store opens. But are we going to go through a transition with the store as well, where it'll be completely empty? Or maybe some of these things are already being warehoused. I'm just surprised we don't have a store in the United States, a physical store that I'm aware of, or Canada. Alex, weren't you at one time distributing products, or has that not continued?
Okay, you brought up a very
Three
sensitive
questions.
subject.
Okay.
No. I think as far as the foundation is concerned, and so I've been a member for many years, and I think I could say this, it has been the weakest part of the foundation. I think it has been the most abused and most susceptible to sabotage of all the things that we're doing. And you know, when you look at the distribution of the products, you find that that's in the hands of the knowledge seekers, whereas the creation and manufacturing the products is in the hands of you know, within the control of the Keshe Foundation. So there are two aspects for me that caused me a lot of disappointment, and I don't mind sharing it. One has been the lead times, that they have been unacceptable. And the way to follow up on the deliveries has also been unacceptable. The change in the last year and a half has been absolutely dramatic. We have gone from being a seriously lousy distribution company to being a very, very high quality, very attentive to consumer needs company. And that's the only level to achieve, and that has been such a hard process. I find it difficult to understand why it's been such a hard process, but you can clearly see that there's been a lot of people who've been trying to sabotage that. So, in answer directly to your question, I have always opted for the genuine Keshe Foundation products because it has the Keshe Foundation label on it. That's produced by the Keshe Foundation. So that takes that part of the responsibility out of my hands. But as he said, well, anybody can slap a label on it, and that is true. And you know, when you look at a company like well, I hate to mention names of companies like Alibaba, but you know, when you name yourself again after a group of thieves, that's what you get. So they will slap a label on anything. So let's say if you were to order a Mercedes, they'd send you a Chevy and they say order complete. And that's how they conduct business. And I discovered that very early on. So it just goes to show you how people like to abuse. They're deceptive and they just dishonest business. But that's what they do, and it's in the fine print. So you really can't complain because they had full disclosure. So you just can't engage with those people. Well, the Keshe Foundation is not interested in doing that. And so that's one of the reasons that I've wanted genuine Keshe products. So we have not been delivering those in a timely fashion because we haven't been manufacturing them in a timely fashion as well. But the communication was the biggest problem, and that has been resolved. That is outstanding. We are absolutely doing a phenomenal job there, and I'm really gratified with that. Anyone who's been on the transmutation training session is seeing that the response is very, very quick and promptly up to date, and everything is done on a highly professional basis. That's what we need to attain. But there are so many people out there who like to build their own empire. And I, for the life of me, don't understand why that is so important. Because when you start to split up the energy that way, then you create a lot of little pieces. Why they refuse to work under the banner of the Keshe Foundation is just unbelievable. And they insist on doing that. And, it's going to come down to it. You either produce the genuine article or you produce the fake. So there are people who are going to buy the fake.
And
right?
since many don't know the hidden technologies or the technologies that have never been taught that are within the products, we can't see them, even though the product looks exactly or is a good representation. It doesn't work the same. And he says, then they put the Keshe Foundation label on it and they discredit us. So there'll be a new logo. It does sound like there'll be a new logo on some of these new products coming out from our new partners.
Yeah, but the thing what we have to achieve is we have to achieve a just-in-time delivery system, and be very prompt with that. You look at the failure of many of the electric car companies, right? They promised a delivery date and they failed to achieve it. And some of them are now, they're talking about 2026 and 2028, and we're in 2024. Hello,
Right. I think Musk did that with the self-driving platform there, where I think since 2016 he's saying we're going to deliver very shortly the self-driving car, but I guess it hasn't quite manifested. But he's been promising it almost 10 years.
Yeah, and you're announcing a product that is not going to be available for 2 years down the road. So it seems like we're not doing much. But the thing is that there have been obstacles, and those obstacles have been removed. So now there's a new game. Also, if you understand, in 2018, we had the worldwide broadcast of the testimonial of the Parkinson's case, 2018. Only now, we are on the verge of opening up a hospital in China. So the first one is the difficult one. The next ones will follow very, very quickly, because you know how neighbors are. They will want one, and they will want it at any cost. If you have one, they want one. So this is what we need. We need to have a hospital that can do all the things that allopathic medicine can't do. And that's how you advance. You don't do the things that other people can do. You do the things that they can't do. That's the nature of advancement. So, you know, for you to go out and design a new horseshoe, you know, and put a patent on it, well, that's great. You know, if you're doing a academic school exercise, you know, student exercise, but in the real world, uh, the only thing you can do with horseshoes is play a game, and then that's just another excuse to drink beer. But you know, it's like getting excited about electric vehicles. Well, it's not 1975. If you bring out these electric vehicles in 1975, yeah, we'd all get excited. But 50 years, really? We've been waiting 50 years for electric vehicles to come on the market, and they still, you know, don't perform properly. That's not advancement. That's just you know, that's just another product. It's nothing really to get excited about. But if we're looking at the possibility of transmutation, and here we are, we went, the door was open, and none of us went through the door. Oh my God, what does that say?
Well, I don't know if he said none of us, but he said many of you, I think, are still holding on to the physicality. You don't want to let it go. Very similar to what he said, this 90% of lack of trust in ourselves. 10% of this is the knowledge, and 90% is the lack of trust.
No, he said all of us,
Okay.
all of us failed.
Okay, it's a test, it's a trial, it's being improved, it's step by step. So I think things have been added during that session.
Well, I'm not, you know, first of all, you made a testimonial, and you actually made progress. Okay. And so now I know where I failed, and I could say that I made progress. And then you were talking about that magical instant. And this happened to me. I'll tell you very frankly that it was probably after about 5 or 6 hours. And it might have even been 6 hours into the meeting. It was really a long time. So this was about, you know, 4 hours after he said it, you know. And I know that I didn't go to sleep, and I had a meeting with a person, and we were discussing some very important stuff. And I said, "Hey, I'm in a meeting and I'm awake." And at that moment, the meeting vanished, and I couldn't remember anything. And I said, "Oh, wait a second, I got to go back to that meeting." You know, the meeting wasn't finished. We were in the middle of the sentence. And then I realized at that point that the moment that I decided to physically acknowledge the transmutation, I failed. The very moment.
We don't fail. Something has happened. You may not have fully noticed it, but as he continues to teach and continues to walk ourselves into our own understanding of our own creation, I think people will, and it's a perfectly set creation, it's a matter of tapping into it. I think people will start to walk away from some of the products that you're making and start using your own MagRav system, at least for feeding. We know it's already 80% there. And the travel, I don't think anybody's going to make a system for transmutation, any of the knowledge seekers. We're supplementing our understanding with this wellness system, or the, as he said in the video, the transmutation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. So the more we get to understand our the beauty of our own creation, I think more and more people are going to be interested in stimulating ourselves in a way, or getting our reactor, which is already set to work, which is already working in many instances. We know we dream when we sleep. We know 80% of the energy is automatically being absorbed. So we have quite a powerful reactor already. It's just a matter of believing in it and trusting in it.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We want to apply this technology. And in the course of wanting to apply it, we apply a conditional effect. And that's the problem. It's an unconditional target. That's where we had the failure. The moment we apply an unconditional target, then we can succeed. And so this is the whole point. Allow people to marry the so-called awareness with the application. You've heard the comment where people say, oh, you know, I don't know what's going on, but I feel there's something in the air that has changed. Yes, this is the unconditional targeting. So, you know, the fact that you don't know is based on the fact that you want to apply the condition. I want to find out, what is it that is making me feel this way? I want to get to the heart of the matter. Well, there's the problem. You don't want to get to the heart of the matter. You want to get to the soul of the matter.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Anyone else has written down a question or like to make a comment or to bring something up in this meeting? Or prefer to share something?
Well, Mark, I think this has been a great meeting, and I want to thank everybody for allowing me to contribute. I just want to say that we will be carrying on with the intermediate transition sessions to introduce other dimensions of reference and see where we can go from there. And I need to say that your presence and your input has been most valuable, most gratifying, and it really motivates me to keep going with this. And I hope you're getting the benefit in being able to share this with others, but in your own way. And that's what's important. Thanks again.
Wait till I really start to understand it. But as Mr. Keshe says, the more we understand the totality, the more we realize we know nothing. So this is quite a huge body of knowledge. Ying is saying, I can't remember the dream during the session. Anything you'd like to say about that, Ying, or anyone else? And we know we don't remember, or we only partially remember parts of our dreams sometimes. Sometimes we remember more. But I don't know. Again, go ahead.
Didn't Mr. Keshe say that you could effectively be in two places at the same time, and that you can,
or three.
Yeah, or dreaming is not just at night. You can daydream, but it puts a different spin on the daydream, doesn't it? Because as I say, for just a split second, I remember having this conversation, and it was a two-way conversation. It's like I was part of the conversation. I wasn't just a casual observer or an eavesdropper, or maybe a hovering over the table, looking over people's shoulders to see, who's has the strong hand in the poker game. I was actually at the table talking to the person, and we're having a conversation, and I said, hey, I'm not asleep, I'm awake. And boom, that ended the meeting, and I felt so stupid. But that's the hard thing. It is, we become so self-critical in that regard, but it's fair, because in order to go on the transmutation training, you can't do it with the physical training that you've had all your life. It's a different set of rules, and these are the rules that matter. These are the rules that we have been avoiding giving the recognition to. And so now we have to see that it is possible. So I was very upset with my own performance on Friday. I was upset with the performance of the group because I thought surely, you know, that there's got to be some people who can, you know, graduate to the next level, and you know, we were a flaming failure, but uh, I am now really seriously encouraged because the two things have happened. So one, this point that I shared with you, and you experienced the same thing. So this is very good. But the other thing is what, you know, what Stefania said about the relief of the pain and stuff like that. I have been experiencing that, and I'm quite grateful for that. And I've had to do some really hard searching. Mark, would you mind if I just take another couple of minutes? I
Oh,
just wanted to
definitely.
say
Go right
something.
ahead. Sure. I was gonna mention that, but I didn't. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I was we find out that this is now possible.
You
Okay.
mean you're gonna take the screen, I thought.
No, I just
Oh,
want
you
to,
just wanna, okay. No,
I
yeah,
just want to
fine.
tell you a personal story because the personal story is very embarrassing because I was thinking, you know, here we are. We have this advanced technology. We all, you know, all of us who went to the transmutation session, and I'm sharing this because there are people who haven't gone to this session, and you need to know what went on, and that is that, you know, we were all excited and expectant, and that was the problem. You're not supposed to expect anything, but you know, the moment you say, well, don't expect anything, you know, not doesn't work. So you know, you just hear, so, oh yeah, I expect to go in the transmutation. It's just, yeah, right. Well, you failed. So anyway, and I thought to myself, well, here it is, this advanced technology, and we're not utilizing it. And you know, it kind of gave me the sensation, um, not in the same context, but you know, what Jesus might have thought after he was crucified, because you know, he went through the resurrection and all that, but you know, afterwards, he shied away from it and basically lived like a human. And I said that at a party once, I remember. It brought to my mind, and I was immediately reprimanded, and I found out that this person was a churchgoer. So, you know, that there was no such thing as after the crucifixion, and I was kind of shocked that a churchgoer wouldn't know that, but you know, what do I know? So anyway, I just
Did
thought,
they build a cross for you
well, I thought they were ready
with
to.
your name on it?
Well, yeah, but you know, talk about being a party pooper. But you know what really killed the party is I was my girlfriend uh yelled at me that I had embarrassed her publicly.
Yeah.
And I thought, wait a second, which is worse, you know, to being called out by a Bible thumper or to be called out by your girlfriend? And it's like, why aren't you defending me? And so not only, you know, did that end the party for me, but I went home alone, and I realized, you know, I was talking to another friend about that, and he says, well, what you should have done is, you know, like a normal young man, you should have, you know, gone to the bar or something and picked up another soup du jour. And well, no, I wasn't going to do that. You know, I was just getting over the fact that my girlfriend, I didn't care about the story. It was just my girlfriend was dumping me in front of everybody. So I went home alone, and I went home alone and sulked. And what was interesting is that I had completely forgotten about that situation. And uh, I wondered how much of an impact did that have? You know, how much did that of an impact did that have on the rest of my life and my other relationships? And I think it must have had a tremendous impact because it goes to the heart of what is it that you want from a relationship? And, if you're just looking for a soup du jour, well, that's, I don't know, that's not really an achievement. That's not something that you really should, build your life on. Or is that something for, personal short-term gratification? And so, well, that's again, there's no long-term benefit there. So, if you're looking to build a relationship and then you want to be on a solid foundation and a solid footing. And so there has to be a mutual trust and a mutual admiration and a support. And so that was just what I wanted. And I found out that I was too demanding, too demanding. I wanted more from a relationship. And to me, if I looked at, two lovebirds and how they work together, there's some people on the panel that I think about, and to me, they are in a beautiful, loving relationship, and I'm so happy for them, and I hope it's not a facade. I hope I hope that it's real. I believe that it's real because I see how they react, but it boils down to one form of abuse or another. And that here we are on the verge of making phenomenal technological advances available to the average Joe. And we're, kind of dropping the ball at that moment.
We went retrograde.
We went retrograde, and
But we're still in movement. Don't worry.
No, but I think this goes back to the stories that I've read about Jesus and how and I can't vouch how accurate they are, but I was shocked when I seen these stories about how he lived another 60 years after the crucifixion and all this stuff, and how these narratives were etched in stone and these stories were repeated, and that I know very little about that subject, but I mean to even discuss that subject was heresy.
Heresy. I was just going to say that word when you blurted it out.
Yeah, so
you
can't discuss that in a lot of so I'm not here to debate whether or not that is true or not. This is just my comment was that if you have survived that kind of abuse, like a crucifixion, and then you abandon that technology to live like a commoner, like a mortal human, and enjoy the accoutrements of physical gravitational existence. And this was the thing, and I put this question to Mr. Keshe, and I said, I enjoy this planet. I'm just sad that, we are doing such a bad job of being caretakers here. And I'm hopeful that with this technology that we can, fulfill our purpose to make this heaven on earth. And he said, but, it's what the soul decides, and you have to listen to your soul. And I'm thinking, I better be in agreement with my soul. And so then I find that wherever I have this pain or wherever I have this discomfort and wherever I have picked up a boo-boo has been a point of conflict. And I had never even considered that it could be transgenerational. But the one thing that I do know is that it doesn't need to be transgenerational, because if you look at the notion of two brothers and you say, well, two brothers from the same family, they should be loving siblings. you have this sibling rivalry maybe when they're younger, but you know, when the brothers grow up, they should be the best of friends. Because they say, well, blood is thicker than water. Yeah, yeah, right. But what happens when you see brothers arguing? Or what happens when you see brothers fighting against each other? And I don't know many war stories myself, but it was really pronounced in the American Civil War, where brothers would fight against brothers. Uh, and it was a bragging thing, you know. So, well, you know, I'm fighting for the South and I'm fighting for the North, and brothers would fight amongst each other. And then you realize, well, wait a second, if blood is thicker than water, and so the family becomes important, is that your brother? Or is that a brother born in the same environment? And so by man-made definition, that becomes your brother. Can a brother be a brother from another family? Why not? Can a partner be from another family? Isn't that what, you know, a husband and wife are? A partnership? And aren't they from different families? So if blood is thicker than water, how does that apply in that relationship? And even, you know, have you heard of, you know, blood brothers, or, you know, having a oath bound in blood, and things like that? So you said, well, okay, well, you're not of the same family, but, you know, you're kind of creating a mystique as if you're part of the same family, you know. And so I will fight and I will protect you, because, you know, we're brothers in arms. So brothers don't have to be genetic. Brothers don't have to be transgenerational. I don't need to carry forward, say, 2 generations down the road, let's say, because it's out of my control, let's say, and there's a mass murderer in my ancestry. Do I need to carry that burden of that universal transgression with me? I'm just asking, do I need to do that? Or can I, you know, disown that and say, you know, that's the reason I'm here, is to offset that, is to balance the books, if you will. It's not my doing, but, you know, through the past that I came here, my RNA, which rode the transmission of the cosmic rays, passed through that generation and experienced that. And so that is bound within the energy fields of that cosmic ray. Do I have to absorb that? That's the question. I don't have to absorb that.
Correct.
Because I have a choice, right?
Absolutely.
You know, imagine, you know, when you were a child in school and the teacher asked you, well, oh, Marky, what do you want to be when you grow up? You know, do you want to be a policeman? You want to be a fireman? You want to be a doctor?
Yeah.
And you say, well, I want to be what my dad is. Oh, really? And what does your dad do? Well, my dad's a mass murderer. You know, it's perfectly normal that you'd want to be what your dad is. Yeah, you want to walk in your daddy's footsteps, but, you know,
Yeah.
there's some things that you don't want to share.
Mm.
And you know, do you know what you're saying? You know, and what does that mean? So when
Yeah, very good. Yeah, we know we can elevate the souls that came before us as well. I know you said, as you said, the fields have to balance at a certain point. This is the law of the plasma. And that's what he was saying about the ones that have ordered the bullets or ordered the different things there. The fields will have to balance.
Thanks very
at
much,
some point.
Mark.
Yes, thank you, Alex, for sharing some intimate details. Ying has put in the chat, but I know I had felt fall down and I wake up a couple of times. When I awake, the meeting 20 minutes left. I don't know. Did I miss anything? I slept most of the time. Is so relax. Yes, I'm sure something happened to each and every one of us. Sometimes people will notice it immediately, days after, or even weeks after. But things are changing on the, again, slowly. You can't do a major reconstruction all at the same time. I think if you ask doctors who rebuild certain things on people, they'll tell you that. They have to do it in stages, and this is what's happening to us, only to develop the system that the others will be able to enjoy it. And
Well,
that's the video. Go ahead, sorry.
We have to be kind to ourselves because the healing process consumes an enormous amount of energy. So, you know, we have to take that into account. And all of us are going through this kind of healing process because we're all on a troubled planet. So, you know, it's unavoidable. But we're now coming to the realization that we don't have to carry this baggage. And as soon as we can identify it, you know, and then we can say, oh, that is baggage. I don't need to carry it. And then now I have a choice to do that. And then in that process, you find it's a healing process. Thanks very much, Mark.
Right. Thank you, Alex. And thanks to each and every one of the participants. And may you be proud of the work you do. And we're talking even to the souls that are here in the dimension of energy. May you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. So thank you very much for picking up this beautiful flower of peace and moving it forward. And of course, we always know these three wise men we should keep in and around us. I think this is a beautiful, complete shield of protection in so many ways for all of us about applying and practicing this thinking good, the speaking good, and the doing or acting good. And again, it's easier said than done, but it's something I think we'll carry with us now through eternity. So you may want to, again, revisit this understanding of the thinking, speaking, and doing good and apply it to each situation in your life, even though you may feel justified in lowering a soul or taking away from the soul. The correct position is to add to the soul. And by thinking good, by speaking good, and by acting good, you are adding to other souls rather than taking away or causing a word or something that would hurt the other person. And again, it's a lesson for each one of us. I'm not in your universe, and you're in a way not in my universe. And so we all have to work this out in so many ways for ourselves. And of course, we talked about the preparation series today, the transmutation and the rest of it. I'd like to play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else want to bring up anything else that they've been holding back with, or something you wanted to add to the meeting today? Thank you all again for being here. I don't even think we all realize the place we're in at this point in time, but as the process continues, we're going to be realizing more and more that our souls have actually brought us here to do this sort of work in a way. As Mr. Keshe said, our work is correct and forever. So thank you all. Any last comments? All right. Thank you all again for being here. Remember, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up this week, this Thursday, has been moved, as we all should know by now. He originally announced it at 3 p.m., and now that workshop has moved to 9 p.m. CEST. So recalculated, I'm sure we'll hear more about it this week. And hopefully good things are happening in the background. I'm sure he's continuing to set the table for all of humanity, including the universal community as well. So thank you all and have an amazing rest of your day.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby, the way we did with a tooth, from thousands of kilometers away, without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention. Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.